really important message. And don't forget, there's no early kick-off on Saturday this week, so the Premier League football gets going with 4 simultaneous matches. Bournemouth host Leicester, Chelsea welcome Wolves, Man City take on Southampton, and Newcastle face Brentford. The late game is Brighton against Tottenham before 4 games on Sunday. First up, it's Crystal Palace versus Leeds and West Ham against Fulham before Arsenal play Liverpool at the Emirates, and then Manchester United travel to Goodison Park to take on Everton. The match week finishes with more Monday night football as Nottingham Forest play Aston Villa. And joining me in the studio to preview all of those matches, former Premier League winner Tim Sherwood and journalist Sam Lee. Good to see you both. We're here off the back of what's been another frantic week in Europe, but positive results for all the Premier League teams, including Spurs. They were the only side that didn't actually win, Tim, but a decent draw and a much improved performance from the North London derby, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I think Antonio Conte and the Tottenham team come in a little bit of criticism after the North London derby about the approach. You know, it was very negative. Got a lot of bodies behind the ball, didn't really have a go in that game and got what they deserved, which was nothing. So looking for an improvement in the performance, it's tough to go away in Champions League. They know that, Antonio Conte knows that, and I thought the performance was a little bit more encouraging the way they played. I thought they deserved to win the game. Couldn't score the goal which they needed to take maximum points. So, you know, they're still in it. You're still in it, and I think favourites to qualify out of the group.
And the 3 teams in the Europa League and the Europa Conference League all winning. Manchester United just about scraping through in Cyprus.
Yeah, well, at half-time I was thinking, it's not going to be another Man United crisis week, is it? Because you think they'd just... Obviously, with the derby defeat at the weekend, it's another bruising result for this new United era. But overall, under Ten Hag, you think, OK, it's going somewhere. You think they can't lose again, can they? But no, they obviously turned it around. And, you know, West Ham winning 3 out of 3. That's great. European football's been great for them in the last year or so. And to see it starting up again and Scamacca scoring again, yeah, it's really interesting times for them. And you know, in terms of the Premier League, I think they're going to bring that form back with them and then really push on now.
Welcome back to Team Talk. Sunday's standout game sees Arsenal host Liverpool as Mikel Arteta and Jurgen Klopp prepare for the latest instalment of a Premier League classic. Yeah, we can't wait for this one. It is Arsenal against Liverpool. Let's hear what both managers had to say ahead of the game. Jurgen Klopp, but first, Mikel Arteta.
Every game is the same. Obviously, this is a big match. It's a fixture that everybody is looking for against an opponent that has shown in the last 5 or 6 years the level that they have. And we have to show against those opponents that we have raised the level and we are ready to compete against them. You're always going to get better. You always see as well the weaknesses that you want to improve. And what is certain is they are a magnificent team.
It's a young team, very exciting team, and doing really well. And they are in the position they are, well deserved. So, but now we go there. And obviously we don't think about the games we played against them because it makes not too much sense. But so we will try. Yeah, to cause them problems. I think that makes sense. Huh? And so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we are too. It's certainly the standout game of the weekend and it comes on Sunday. Who do you think is going to win this one? Is it quite a hard one to call, Tim?
It is, because I do believe Liverpool sooner or later will click. I'm not sure they're there at the moment. Arsenal certainly are. Jurgen mentions the young side, and she's exactly right. I mean, they're all listening. And we talked about Man City. Now, the 2 best players Arsenal had, the 2 players City let go, Zinchenko and Jesus, have been magnificent. So everyone seems to be fit now. He's given them a run out in Europe, Mikel. Everyone feels part of it there. They must be so happy there at London Coney at their training centre. Everyone wants to be part of this journey. Now, everyone's waiting for the trip up, as we always do, whether it's Tottenham or whether it's Arsenal, because over recent seasons they've not been able to sustain their performances. But I think this is a little bit different now. I think they're enjoying it. They're very brave in the way they approach the game. They open up the pitch, they trust each other. I mean, Xhaka, for me, I felt 6 years ago he played his last game and he threw the armband down. Now he's driving the team forward, looks like a real good leader. And you know, the table doesn't lie. I mean, for me to stand here, and we've always talked about Man City, they're not the best team in the league, but, you know, they're up there on merit because Mikel Arteta and that group of players are doing something very, very right at the moment, and long may it continue. I think game for Liverpool. Everyone expects Liverpool to maybe click. This might be the big game what they need, but it's going to be very difficult for them.
Yeah, Arsenal have been so good this season, Sam. As Tim said, there seems like such a good spirit amongst the team as well, winning in the week in Europe, but also coming into this game off the back of that North London derby win last weekend as well. How much more confidence would that give them against Liverpool?
Yeah, I think it will, and I think that's the thing. When you asked that initial question, who's going to win, I was thinking, I'm really not sure, because again, like Tim was saying, you think Liverpool will be fine, and when I'm thinking from a Man City point of view, who's going to be their biggest challenges, I'm thinking it's going to be Liverpool. But I think teams that have taken the game to Liverpool have really got some joy. You saw that table there, they've only won 2 games this season. Brighton last week played really well against them, and if Arsenal start off, in that confident mood because of the last few games, and they really take the game to them with Martinelli, Saka, Jesus, and give Liverpool all sorts of problems because they've not been defending cohesively. We'll see some more about Trent Alexander-Arnold and whether he's a good defender or not when he's got those kind of tests. Van Dijk's struggled as well, and if it is classic Liverpool, then you just think, they played Arsenal back end of last season, and it was like there was no doubt that they were going to get there eventually. But this weekend there really is doubt, and I think Arsenal could really get at them and expose some of their problems. What
was it that they did so well in the North London derby, Tim?
Well, I think Tottenham made mistakes. I think they played too negative. Got behind the ball, they didn't really put any pressure. You don't put pressure on good players with a lot of confidence, as Arsenal have at the moment, they will open you up. And that's what they did. It's going to be a completely different game. Liverpool won't sit back. They will come at them. It might suit Arsenal. There might be more room there. The trouble is, Tottenham looked strong. I thought Tottenham would look strong when Arsenal had the ball. They were looking for the turnovers, but Arsenal were very good in possession, whereas Liverpool might capitalise a little bit more. We're all waiting for Mo Salah to come to the party. At the moment, he's had a very slow start to the season. He played a very attacking side in Europe. I think he will go with that again against Arsenal. I think Jurgen now thinks the best form of attack for them, defensively they've not been great, is to really get at sides. And Arsenal are there to be got at because they play an expansive way. They play very open on the field. There's a lot of space to exploit. But if Arsenal play well and their passing's good and their interchanging is very good, as it's been, it's going to be it's a great game to watch. It's one for everyone wants to tune into this football match because you all know what to expect. It'll be toe to toe. No one's going to take a backward step. It'll be a basketball match, and I'm looking forward to it.
Jurgen Klopp said that he wants this side to be unpredictable. To be fair, they have been unpredictable this season, but not in actually a good way.
Yeah, you're right, but that's because it's the whole. I guess what he means by that is in terms of what they're going to do up front. But on the other meaning of that word is unpredictable because Younes hasn't scored since the opening weekend of the season. Firmino's actually done well. Luis Diaz is a box of tricks, but he's not quite as consistent as Sadio Mane was, and obviously Salah is a bit hot and cold. So you've got that unpredictable element. But I guess what he means is they want to have lots of threats, and they want the assists from the fullbacks again, and they want the midfield's never been that. They've not really contributed massively to the goals directly, but maybe just a bit more variety because at the moment it's just been a bit stodgy and relying a lot on Firmino to score goals, and obviously that's not what they've ever had to do. But they certainly have been unpredictable, but not in the way that he wants.
Looking at those results though, Tim, the only 2 wins they've had in the Premier League are against Bournemouth and Newcastle. You wouldn't expect that from Liverpool, would you, at this point?
And they know.
I was lucky the Newcastle one, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and Jurgen knows he's got a lot of work to do. It can't be as simple as just taking Sadio Mane out of there and then falling apart. They need to find a different way. He is a big miss, we know he is. Younes really, but he's a different type of player. He's a player who plays up as a 9, he's 6'4", stick-on striker, whereas before they've all been fluid in the forward areas. Jota's back in the side now, I think he helps them out with the creativity as well. I'm waiting for Liverpool just to come alight, and it might be this weekend, it might be the big game what they need, to get Arsenal sitting there pretty top of the table. This is the game they need to win and give them that confidence.
I think everyone is expecting that eventually things will kind of go back to where they were last season with Liverpool, and things will click and everyone will start playing well and Salah will be scoring goals, etc., etc. But what if they don't?
If they don't, they've got a problem. And you're absolutely right, everyone does expect, and I'm talking like I expected.
I was lucky the Newcastle one, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and Jurgen knows he's got a lot of work to do. I'm waiting for Liverpool just to come alight, and it might be this week. It's not like that. It's never easy. This is the Premier League. This is a very tough league, and it might be the big game what they need, to get Arsenal sitting there.
But what if they
they've got a problem. And you're absolutely right, everyone does expect, and I'm talking like I expect it just to happen. There's a lot of hard work. Jurgen's talk about going back to basics, and he's absolutely, I think he needs to get back to basics. He needs to be the leader, and that's absolutely right. Where is that rock at the back? Where is Van Dijk at the moment? He almost looks like he's strolling through the game. He's found it very easy since he's come to the Premier League, and he's changed their fortunes. He's a magnificent player, we know that. And everyone looks across to him to say, drive us on, and I think he needs to start that. It looks to me like he's playing at one pace at the moment. It feels like it's a little bit now. Henderson has to play. They need leaders in their dressing room. Milner's coming towards the end now. I don't think he will start. I think they'll play a very attacking side, but down the core, Alisson in goal, Van Dijk and Jordan Henderson are paramount importance for them, because they will drive the rest of the side on, and you need to get the ball forward early. Get the ball forward to... It's not like that. It's never easy. This is the Premier League. This is a very tough league. Mo Salah at the moment, we haven't seen him. We haven't seen him because I think they're trying to make too many patterns in the middle. Man City play that way. They're very, very... patient in their build-up, whereas Liverpool always used to win the ball when Ronaldo was there, and Milner and Henderson. They used to get it forward early to Sadio Mane and to Mo Salah. At the moment, they're making too many passes. Get it forward quick, get Trent round the outside, and then Robertson firing down the left-hand side as well. That is how they're going to change it. They got to know what firing down the left-hand side as well. That is how they're going to change it. They got to know what they've done. I think he needs to get back to basics. He needs to be the leader in that dressing room. Get the ball forward to...
That's the new Brighton manager dancing, but Liverpool far from it. Just 2 wins all season, 11 points dropped already in this Premier League campaign. And wherever you turn, Michael, Trent Alexander-Arnold seems to be the name on everybody's lips. Is he being unfairly singled out for you at the moment?
Well, I don't think there's any question that he's not in the top form, not in the form that we've seen in previous seasons. But there's lots of players. I mean, Virgil van Dijk, Mo Salah. I could go through the whole team at the moment and say not many players are playing at the top of their game. So I think it is unfortunate for him. But he set these high standards, and you want to be talked about all the time. You know, we wouldn't be talking if you were an average player. We wouldn't be doing analysis on him and be talking about him. So he's probably got to accept that and appreciate that for what it is. But there's no question that he's under the microscope, and we're going to have a look at him again in terms of some positives, some weaknesses.
What in particular is going wrong for him at the moment?
Well, let's look at him from a defensive point. Nobody questions him going forward. Nobody questions the array of passing he's got, his vision, everything about him going forward is just amazing. Defending is where people are pointing the finger at the moment. And we'll have a look at a few clips here. This is against Manchester United, and the one thing I suppose you don't do in this situation is get done on a 1-2. I mean, you're exposed slightly, but a ball can come in here, the runner goes in there, and it's one of the hardest things to defend, but you've got 3 or 4 yards on your man here, so you've got to be aware, how is he going to get past me? How do I prevent it? And he's very flat-footed. The ball goes in, and it's not even close. That's the thing. They're finding it easy to get in behind. So a 1-2 there, and the ball ends up in the back of the net, which is, of course, fingers will be pointed at him. In this situation here, again, on the back post, he knows what's around him. He lets the first runner go, that's fine. He's probably shouted his man, but again, he needs to be aware of what's around him. He doesn't jump, he doesn't make any effort to make it difficult for his man. And again, then we come on to the Brighton game. He didn't do too much wrong in this Brighton game at the weekend, but when the microscope's on, then everybody's going to look at you, and we'll just roll it a little bit quicker and then slow it down. In this situation, he heads it back into the danger zone. Probably not the wisest thing. Could he go back to the goalkeeper? Could he head it high and wide? And then he makes another mistake. He goes inside, starts challenging for it, then slips over, and all of a sudden his man gets on the outside of him and bangs it into the far corner. Again, in this next goal for Brighton, same thing. Decision making. Can he head it? Can he head the ball back? Can he just nod it? He can either just cushion the ball in here, can he head it back, can he just clear his lines and go? Lots of different things, but what you don't really want to do is chest it down and get caught in the middle of, in your half with Brighton players running onto you. And of course, is the run then, once he loses the ball, is he busting a gut to get back in, to challenge, to try to win it? People will question that as well. So there's a few things defensively that are going wrong at the minute, but we all know that is not his strength. His strength is going forward.
And he's normally being helped out and covered, as we've seen in seasons before. When you've planned to play Liverpool, they haven't been like that, have they?
No, and I think that's, you know, I think Mo's got the actual strengths of what Trent is all about. I think the biggest question what everybody always goes on about when Trent is, it's when the ball passes him as a defender, what's his reaction to it, and you see it, and you'll see it in, it's a jog back. When he's going forward, you see him, he's sprinting, and I think that's where people have this sort of perception of Trent, and he's a forward-thinking player, but I think obviously that's where Klopp wants him to play.
In terms of team talks, when other players or other teams are about to come to Anfield, I mean, if I was in your shoes, I'd be thinking he's very dangerous. We'll have to stop it. But also on the flip side, he's probably the player that we can get out most. How would you go about tactically playing against someone like Trent?
Yeah, I mean, look, well, this is a lad who, I mean, everyone's sort of having a pop at, and what we've done in previous seasons, we've sort of stuck two out on him, because he's been the one who's been the most influential in assists, in where the play goes, where Jurgen Klopp wants to play through. You know, I think you heard him talk all the time about Jordan Henderson having to get over and help him out and be, you know, and do that defensive job for him because of the quality this lad has on the ball. So we've found that in the transition, when we do win the ball back, as you've just said, we can then hopefully expose them spaces, what he leaves, and try and get in behind Liverpool. So, you know, I think this is, you've just said it there, at this moment in time he's going through that we've all been through it, that time where nothing's really going right. You see it there, he didn't really do anything wrong, did he, against Brighton, but he goes in, he sort of misses it, but then as he goes to turn, he's still with the player and then slips, and then it's like, oh, now he's done everything wrong. So, yeah, I think sometimes it's a bit unfair, the criticism, but I think, you know, he gets enough plaudits, you know, to warrant that sometimes when he's not getting it right to get it.
19th of October, we'll see if the West Ham plan works.
No, don't give me that, mate. Jesus, I shouldn't have done that.
No, it was a really interesting insight. But let's remind ourselves, before the Brighton game, that Trent Alexander-Arnold's manager, Jurgen Klopp, said this in his defence.
If we do high press, very often, not always, but very often, Trent is the highest of all three in the back. So it means in the high press situation, he's the one who goes to right. That's the way we play football. Now you can say, yeah, then defend better. No, you cannot have everything. So if you want to have press, you need players in specific positions. We either way do a striker a bit wider, put a striker a bit wider to cover that area, and a midfield a bit higher, or we cover that the last line with three players plus Fabinho, or whoever plays the six, and have him high. So now we don't get the ball there, and the next ball goes long on that side. Yeah, now Joel, Joey, Ibu, whoever on that side plays, has to cover that, and that's fine. It's a risk we take. It's not a crazy risk. We win the ball in 9 out of 10 times, but in that one moment where we don't win it, people ask, where's Trent? And that's a question I don't understand. It's such everybody watches football that often, that long. Why you would then say, yeah, he has to be, that's his main job. But I told him he has to be there. So, other situation, we press extremely brave, then we are good. And actually, we defended bad, then we didn't press brave. We just were waiting a little bit because nobody knew exactly will he still go with it, all these kind of things. So, we are extremely brave in this situation.
Sunday sees Arsenal. Think about this one. Should they be tentative or should they be bullish about this? Because this is a Liverpool side that haven't been as free-flowing as previous seasons.
Well, Arsenal are riding the crest of a wave, and if you can't be bullish, if you're going to be bullish, this is the time to be bullish. Your team is top of the league. We're all,
you haven't lost yet.
We're waxing lyrical about Man City, and Arsenal are ahead of them. So this is the time to be bullish, and you're facing Liverpool at a good time. They look vulnerable. You don't want to oversimplify football, but this game comes down to battles. And it comes down to battles in the wide areas and battles in the middle of the park. We know how exposed Liverpool have looked in the full-backs positions. We know how inconsistent Andy Robertson has been, combined with the fact that he's been injured as well. I've not been too impressed with Simicast this season. I think he can be got at. And Trent Alexander-Arnold's problems have been well documented, despite the fact that he scored a free kick in midweek against Rangers. So I feel like those are the positions where Arsenal can really hurt Liverpool. And despite the fact that this has not been a fixture that's been kind to Arsenal in recent years, they can go into this game with full confidence. And the fact that they've got Gabriel Jesus, who is not necessarily a false nine, but as a man who picks up those positions a little bit deeper and makes the centre-backs have to think. He's not a striker that you play up against. He's somebody that Van Dijk and Matip are going to have to make a decision. Does somebody go with him or do they sit deep? And we know that Liverpool push up and play a high line. So I think that could cause Liverpool with big problems in this game, and I feel like Arsenal have got a great chance of getting a win against Liverpool for the first time in a long time.
Arsenal have got about average 70% possession so far this season. When I watched the Liverpool Rangers game, I mean the first half in particular was hectic, and that's how Liverpool generally play. In terms of control in a game like this, are Arsenal too good in possession for this Liverpool side? Because Liverpool will want to control the game by turning it into something a bit more chaotic. And against Rangers were absolutely diabolical on the ball, but that's not Arsenal. So this is just a very, very different game than what we've seen in the last few years, isn't it?
Arsenal 5 wins on the bounce at home in the Premier League, and I think that does make a difference here, because they did exactly the same thing away from home against Manchester United. Maybe the atmosphere at Old Trafford though just changed things slightly, and they got done on the counter-attack a couple of times. I think Spurs had a couple of opportunities, but largely Arsenal were quite comfortable dominating the game. And that's against, for me, a pretty solid Spurs side, at least from what we've seen so far. I think you just go for it again at home, and you like Quaku says, you ride the crest of that wave. They need to build up points in the bank early on, but they need to keep the good feeling going. I mean, Arsenal fans, I've got to credit you. Some of the best limbs we've seen in recent Premier League time. Unbelievable.
Certainly at the Emirates.
Unbelievable. Certainly at the Emirates, right? In the North London derby. And you need to keep that good feeling going. I mean, I saw Arsenal fans on Sunday, and I mean, just ear to ear smiles. They were absolutely in cloud nine. They're believing in what Mikel Arteta's doing. Why wouldn't you? The only way that you can get done is on the counter-attack. Now, Liverpool can play that way. They've got players like Mo Salah that can hurt you. But again, do you think, look, they'll probably score a goal? They're good enough to do that. We're going to score 2 or 3. I think you do. I think you go into this game believing 1, 2, 3, and the game is over.
I'm intrigued to see how brave Liverpool are with this one, because I think that's the default for Klopp. Yes, he has his soldiers, or has done in the past, where you've seen Milner, Wijnaldum and Henderson as that 3. Rangers was a very, very different game, but I would not be surprised if I saw that 4-2-4. And because Henderson, every time he got the ball, just this little dink, Younes was already on his bike, and it pushed them back time and time again. It's a dangerous ploy because it leaves you, in trouble in terms of the midfield areas if Arsenal can get that control of the ball and are press-proof. But Liverpool, I thought what I liked in terms of the sort of forcing of his hand, again, it's against a team that just didn't really want to come out and play. But by playing 4, you have that kind of freshness that pushes back an Arsenal defence that essentially has been, because even Ben White, he's been the cornerstone for the team. He's been playing high because they've had that control. I wonder if Liverpool, who we're not really talking about that much, are going to really, really push it that way. Do you think that's too brave?
I don't think they can employ those tactics against Arsenal, because I think Arsenal are just too good on the ball. I feel like the midfielders for Arsenal will dominate the possession, and I think the biggest takeaway for Liverpool, or the biggest thing they had to concentrate on, is not being properly good in front of goal. Darwin Núñez, despite the fact he had a good performance against Rangers, he missed a lot of chances. Granted, there was a lot of good saves in that game, but these big games are predicated on the chances of your strikers, and if he's putting away those chances against Arsenal, they might not come in flurries, but if the big chance comes and he can put it away, we've seen Mo Salah explode for the first time this season, then that's how Liverpool can have a chance in this game. But beyond that, I think Arsenal clear favourites for a good reason.
Yeah, they can't do the 4-2-4. They just can't.
They can.
Not if they want to win the game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Simply because I think the Tottenham fans were screaming for an extra body in midfield. They couldn't believe Antonio Conte went there and didn't do that. And I think when you look at what Brighton did well against Liverpool, Arsenal do something very similar. De Zerbi pushing Estupinian from left back into that midfield area to provide another body. It allowed an overlap in the right back area against Trent Alexander-Arnold. Now, let's be perfectly honest, Arsenal have been great at that. Zinchenko knows how to do it from his Manchester City days so well. If it's him, if he moves into the midfield, Granit Xhaka can push forward into the defensive line of Liverpool. You get that overload in the area of Trent Alexander-Arnold. A lot of teams have had success against Liverpool in that area. You have to have another body in midfield. You must have three.
See, so this is where it's different for me with Liverpool as opposed to Tottenham. Is Tottenham sit back, so they then let Arsenal have the ball, don't get at them, and then okay, of course you're going to get overrun. Liverpool, the way they play, the way they counter press, even they're creating themselves that little bit of a box there. Henderson was covering for Trent a lot of the time as well when he needed to do that if they were going to play on the counter attack and Martinelli was going to go and get the ball. But that's where it's different for me, is having more bodies in the middle. Yes, it could hurt you for sure, but it also, I think, allows you to counter press and then have bodies higher up the pitch, because you said at the start those fullback areas are going to be important. And I think for Liverpool, them being careful is a dangerous ploy. I think them putting their foot down is what this squad knows.
Yeah, I do agree with that to an extent, but the biggest issue for Liverpool this season is the first phase of their press. That's where they've not been able to capitalise. That's where they've been off it this season. And if you're playing two midfield and that first phase is not on point, you leave yourself so exposed to get a battering at the Emirates. I don't think they can do it. I don't think you can go two.
But again,
midfield.
I think that comes down to the four. I think it's not about actually, this is a really interesting point. Jurgen Klopp, he kept calling it 4-4-2.
Yeah.
And the reason he's saying that, I think, is because, okay, yes, we're pushing the opposition back as soon as we can, getting the ball in behind as quickly as we can, so the ball's down the other end of the pitch. But when they do have the ball, you're expecting Jota to work back, Firmino if he was to play instead. Younes will put that work rate in as well. Diaz, we know, is going to do that as well. So I just wonder. I get what you're saying. When you just put them there and they're not running, I get it. Arsenal completely overrun them.
What did Alfred say in Batman? Some people just want to watch the world burn. Go ahead and do that at your peril, Liverpool.
Okay. And last thing on those key sort of matchups. For me, I think we've spoken about the fullbacks a little bit in terms of Ben White against Diaz, you would expect on that left-hand side. Martinelli against Trent, which I think as the years progress could be a bit of a battle. You know, we've seen it before with Sterling and Wan-Bissaka for a little bit, and him and Trent as well. What I did want to just touch on briefly was Saliba's been so impressive. Darwin Núñez, I think if he does well, Liverpool are going to do so much better in what's been a really difficult start for them. Him up against Saliba and Gabriel, stretching the play. It's a huge couple of games for him against Arsenal and then Man City next week. How do you feel about Núñez' start and him in this game?
He hasn't had a great start, but I do think we saw sort of signs in midweek that the Liverpool players, obviously through training mainly, are starting to forge some kind of relationship with him, at least an understanding of what runs he's going to make and where. I think he has that presence, physicality. I think that will be important as well. He can stretch teams. I think it's very important if Liverpool do play with basically 7 players back, those 3 up front, that they can all actually carry the team up the pitch. An outlet ball to Diaz, who's got skills, who can carry the team up. Núñez as well, with his pace and physicality, and then you know what Salah can do in behind. I think actually if they do defend deep, it will leave the likes of Trent less exposed, Tsimikas as well, and actually they could be able to spring. I know it's a totally different game plan, so all the Liverpool fans are screaming, we never play like that, we always press from the front. I know, but things aren't going well. Who knows? Jurgen Klopp might change things, that's all I'm saying. He might have a plan B, he might go for something a little bit different, but actually even so, if Arsenal do dominate possession, you might need an outlet ball, even if pressing from the front is what you want to do in terms of your plan A. Those players, including Núñez, can help you get up there.
In a sentence, let's do some predictions. After all I've said, I think it'll be 3-1 Arsenal. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly the same, actually. I think it will be another great day at the Emirates.
2-1 Arsenal.
Thanks so much for watching ESPN on YouTube. And for more sports highlights and analysis, be sure to download the ESPN app.
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you, I knew this. When I'm with you, I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you, I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me? And will you get bored of killing me?
You can see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no, I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm
Hello, my friends. Anybody home? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whatever time it is in your location. Some people probably on Monday, I don't know, already. And some people probably still Saturday, so the world is too big, my friend. Okay, nice to see you people. Feel free to join us if you have time. And we're gonna watch this game together and we're gonna talk football. You know, we don't comment football word by word, but we're just watching and hanging out, you know, having good time together, commenting on football news and stuff like that. So feel free to join us and don't forget to like. That is the first thing you can like to help promote the show to other people. It only takes 1 second and that's it. That's all I'm asking from you. Anyways, what is going on? So we have a few games already happened today. Crystal Palace beat Leeds United 2-1. West Ham United beat Fulham 3-1, and we still have 2 games to go for today. Arsenal against Liverpool and Everton against Manchester United. So I don't know how long we're gonna be here, but depend on the energy and the interest from people. That's the way it is. Okay, so I think I put the lineup somewhere. I'm gonna share with you the lineup. I think you all know the lineup, so not big deal. What is that? The lineup for both teams. All right, anybody home, say hi to us and introduce yourself and stuff like that. Let's see who is in the house already. Evans in the house. Musa also is in the house. So yeah, guys, what do you think about both teams? Let me probably try to show you another window here. Trying to find it quickly, but no. So who do you think is gonna win today? This game, the first game here. And probably if I have more energy, I might go for the second game. The Everton against Manchester United. But depend on how we go here. I can't find the scene for some reason. Trying to find it here. Liverpool. I don't know. Can't find anything right now. How everybody is doing? Why so quiet? Say hi to us. It doesn't cost anything. Be part of the show. Don't just watch. You can come, call us, and have your voice heard and stuff like that. I'm struggling to fix something on the screen right now. Only me can see it. It looks easy in one piece from your side, right? But from my side, it's not that easy. Okay, so quickly, I am going to remind you today's result, because yesterday's result, we already talked about it. We made videos about it and all that. So today's results, let's go and start by this one. Crystal Palace against Leeds United, 2-1. Hudson Edouard with Eze or Benechi Eze. Olis, of course, with the assistant Zaha. And for Leeds United, Pascal Strudic or Strich, can't pronounce his last name. And Leeds United actually started this. They scored the first, and you are thinking, oh my goodness, they are going to win this game. And Mr. Eze here, Ebenrechi Eze, man of the match for Crystal Palace. And a game between Liverpool and Arsenal is gonna start like in 6 minutes, so I have to rush and talk about this game very, very quickly here. Eze, man of the match. Zaha had a very good game of football. Hudson Edouard is having good time now because he scored against Chelsea Football Club, right? And then he scored again today, so back to back. So he's growing in confidence for Palace. And for Jesse Marsh, you need to be careful, otherwise he's gonna be the next one to get sacked. Look at this Michael Olise guy, made in Chelsea, made in Cobham. Yeah, Chelsea Football Club let so many bowlers go in the past. Mbappe, Olise, Jamal Musiala, people like that. So congratulations to Palace and Patrick Vieira. I'm not gonna get to details here because I have other games to cover. So let's go very quickly to West Ham against Fulham. Bowen was the man of the match. 3-1 at the end. Bowen scored a penalty 29th minute. Gianluca Scamacca, the guy, he's tall. He was compared to Haaland at some point, but not everybody is gonna be Haaland. If you are tall and you are a striker, people wanna compare you with Haaland. Michael Antonio also scored the last goal in the 90+1 minute. Andreas Pereira, the guy from Manchester United, is the guy who scored for Fulham, and it was early goal, 5th minute. So Fulham back-to-back defeat. They lost the last game, the previous game, before this one. They lost. It was like 5-1 or 4-0, something like that against Newcastle United. Embarrassing. They lost home because Chalobah actually got a red card in the 7th minute. Not Trevor Chalobah. That is the big brother of Chalobah. All of them made in Chelsea, made in Cobham. Nathaniel or Nathan Chalobah, who got the red card that day. So Andreas Pereira is having good time. Captain himself, Declan Rice, also had a good game, but I'm not gonna get to details. Zumiao was there also. Had very good game of football. So that's it for now, people. I'm gonna go ahead and focus on the games that are going to happen in few right now. Arsenal against the Liverpool, people. It's going to be epic. Get in the comment section down below and let us know what you think about the game, or call us. Let's watch the game together. Let me even refresh my stream, because sometimes it could be a little delay, 10 seconds or whatever, 15 seconds. I need to keep refreshing. So yeah, get in the poll. I'm gonna close the poll very soon, so nobody cheat. I was asking you guys who is going to actually win the game. You think it's gonna be a draw? Do you think it's gonna be Arsenal win or Liverpool win? Let's have a conversation. And listen, I got energy from people. The more you interact, the more I'm gonna be here, the longer I'm gonna be here. And if nobody wanna come and help, and then what the point? What is the point, my friends, of me being here instead of doing something else with family and friends? So I'm here for the people. The phone is there open for everybody to call. It's there free of charge. Okay. The game is about to start, or it already started. I'm confused a little bit. Still refreshing my stream here. What is not on my Peacock? Come on. Don't ask me to pay more money for one game. Come on. You're better than this. Oh my goodness. Somebody please tell me that I'm dreaming. Probably is on TV, on a regular NBC Sports network, and they didn't put it on Peacock. This is going to be a scandal. But anyways, we're gonna do what we can. No drama, no nothing. The low we down. Okay, people, nice to see you. We are over 20 right now. If somebody can give me some likes, much appreciated. Let's get to as many likes as we can. At least 20. So the game already started. First minute in my location. Let's go. Arsenal against Liverpool. Arsenal, traditional red and white. Liverpool are wearing white today. They are away shirt, away kit. So all the results that happened early on you can find on your screen right now. And yeah, let's watch the game together. If you have a comment or you want to jump and talk to us, feel free, because the link is there for everybody to call. Whoa! Arsenal already scored a goal. This is a joke. This is absolutely a joke. The second minute in my location, and guess what? Arsenal, of all people, are leading already 1-0. Wow. Wow. Gabriel Martinelli again. And you see the reason why. Jurgen Klopp. The VAR is checking, people. Do not get too excited too quickly. The VAR got involved, and we have to wait. That's what football is all about nowadays. You can't really celebrate that much because somebody is going to double check somewhere. So Golasso probably is going to be given. The VAR is in process. But regardless, you can see the reason why Jurgen Klopp always talk about Martinelli. He said that he's one of the best in the next coming years. He's a big fan of Martinelli, and you can see, the goal stand, people. 1-0 Arsenal. The check is over, people. Check is over, and Arsenal got their goal in the 2nd minute. Wow. 1 minute, like 30 seconds or something. That was a very, very quick goal. Wow. Arsenal are on fire. And we all know that defense. Liverpool defense. Trent Alexander-Arnold is not a good defender, let's be honest. Van Dijk is not the same Van Dijk that he was before the surgery. Wow. What a quick goal for Arsenal, huh? Arteta doing madness, getting the job done. Oh, wow. This is crazy. 4th minute in my location, people. And before even I drink my coffee, it was already 1-0. Arsenal. Gabriel Martinelli. So, is anybody home? No? Anybody home? Okay, people, so I'm here. If you want to call, you can still call. I think I have some people over that I'm going to watch the game with. So, I don't want to get them involved here. I was thinking that I would have some people to jump in and comment and stuff like that. But it's so quiet in the comments, so quiet on the phone, so probably we have to do the right thing here, which is watch the game and come back in half-time. So everything is on the screen.
Terrible start for Liverpool. All the talk was how they would cope with a lightweight midfield. Defence have been leaky this season, taking out the extra midfielder was only going to make matters worse. The question was whether they could make it worthwhile on the other side of the pitch, and they'll be hoping to do that. There's still plenty of football to be played. As Jota's released on the left-hand side, he puts in a beautiful ball across the William Salah. It's headed away though by Tomiyasu. Xhaka will pick up the loose ball, and he's fouled as he looks to get out of the defensive third by Diaz. Not a good start for Liverpool. Again, they pick up possession, and Younes goes for a shot, but there's plenty of red shirts in his way, and it's out for a Liverpool corner. Liverpool are good at set pieces. So corner's not a bad consolation prize for Younes. But they have to make it count. You have to worry if Liverpool don't equalise soon. Arsenal at home against a attacking Liverpool side who are struggling at the back and a goal down early on. This could be a rout for Arsenal if Liverpool don't get back into this game quickly. Swung into the 6-yard box, headed on by the Arsenal defence, and now Diaz has to really sprint back to get there because Martinelli would have been away otherwise. Diaz did very well to catch up with him, but then it's a cynical foul and a yellow card for the Liverpool man. Take the free kick and they go backwards. You don't need to rush forwards, of course, at this stage in the game after that phenomenal flying start. Van Dijk plays it back to Alisson. Alisson to Tsimikas, who hits it down the left side. If Younes is onside here, he could be one-on-one. The flag does go up. Well, we've come to know this game has goals in it, and the fact we've had one in the first minute could be a sign of things to come, and it's very end-to-end, very fast-paced. This could be a 4-all. Long ball forward, looking for Diaz, but it's not able to take that one down. It's out for a goal kick. 7 minutes gone already. Headed on the halfway line back by Henderson. Headed back to Trent Alexander-Arnold, who gets it forward. Partey tries to clear his lines. Odegaard then gets the ball forward. Jesus does well to get the first touch. Releases Martinelli on the left-hand side. Arsenal come down the left again. Saka's arriving in the box. Odegaard comes to the edge as well. Martinelli's seen out by Trent Alexander-Arnold. The referee points to say it's Liverpool's throw-in. Back to Matip. Now Alisson again. So takes his time. Just playing it around in their own box here. Matip and Van Dijk and Alisson. Still those three. Just outside the 18-yard line. A long ball forward, comfortably hit away by Tomiyasu. Henderson gets a touchdown. Thiago looks up, tries to play in Salah on the right-hand side, but it's wayward to say the least. Although it's caused a problem here because Ramsdale's come out to try and deal with it. He didn't need to. Salah forces him out for a throw-in. Ramsdale stayed down over by the touchline as well, holding his right thigh. He's overstretched himself and tweaked something there. And he does ask for some treatment here from the physio. Of course, this could be a tactical thing, but we're just watching now a replay from a few minutes ago when he took a goal kick. And he instantly pulls a face, holds his thigh after he hit it. Looks like he's still struggling here. Of course, goalkeepers are not needed to leave the field of play if they require treatment. Of course, it was a measure brought in to stop time wasting. So outfield players have to leave the field of play unless it's a foul or a head collision. Goalkeepers, of course, are exempt for obvious reasons. There's no harm at all in calling the physio. So it's not necessarily, the point I'm making here is it's not necessarily a sign of the severity of this. It's more a case of, well, there's no harm. If it's an outfield player, they'll often assess it and say, do we need to command, do we want this player to be brought off the pitch after treatment? For the goalkeeper, there's no such concern. Ramsdale rather is back up to his feet now. Works his way back to his goal, and Liverpool take the throw-in. Thrown all the way back eventually. Goes to Van Dijk and goes back to Alisson. really well to hold the ball up. I'm surprised the referee's not played advantage there. But he does manage to get the ball away to Thiago. And now Henderson. Henderson gets past the halfway line. Some real tempo about his play. Particularly, he's normally one that slows things down for Liverpool. He seems to be speeding things up today. Henderson gets one into the box. It's headed down by Jota. He can't quite get there. It's cleared away. It's out for, we assume, a Liverpool corner. Yes, the flag eventually points to the corner. Martinelli, the man with the last touch. Can do on the set piece. Swings it in, and Van Dijk with the header, it's over the bar. And it's comfortably over the bar, but nonetheless, decent delivery, made contact. From 18 yards out. 30 yards over the bar as well. Arsenal again down the right-hand side. It's swept across the box. It's a shot and saved by Alisson. And Liverpool were caught napping. The flag does go up, though, in fairness to Liverpool. For a minute, I thought Liverpool had done it again. It's a good ball from Granit Xhaka, but worrying times for Liverpool. Here's another long ball. Liverpool look to counter-attack. Diaz on the left-hand side. Takes the touchdown. There are Arsenal men back. Comes to the edge of the box. Drops it to Tsimikas. Tsimikas dinks it in. Headed away. Picked up by Thiago. It's outside the D. Across to Henderson, who's got a little bit of space here. He plays it out to Salah on the right-hand side. Salah looks to try and go round his man. Can he get round Tomiyasu? No. Tomiyasu digs it out from Salah's feet. Plays it down the left-hand side. Looking for Jesus, but Matip has got time to take the ball here. Played across to Van Dijk. Thiago in the centre circle. Chips it to the left-hand side. It's Luis Diaz. Still Diaz. Into Thiago. Now Henderson. And Matip. Into the half, past the halfway line, into the Arsenal half. Henderson drops it to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Back to Henderson. And now Matip. Van Dijk. Under pressure, plays it out quickly to Thiago. Moves towards the left, Partey closes him down, and he plays it into Diaz, back heel to Henderson, it bounces back to Diaz, now play back to Van Dijk, across to Matip. Trent Alexander-Arnold on the halfway line, lovely lofted ball over the right hand side. Jota will take the touchdown at the edge of the box, tries to chip it in, appeals for handball against Gabriel, it's put out for a throw-in. And he's pointing to his chest. He speaks to the referee saying chest. We can watch the replay now. Jota lofts it. It's definitely his hand. That's not his chest at all. He knows what he's done here because it's clearly his left hand. That's a lie from Gabriel. He's literally tapping his chest, saying to the referee chest. Quite clearly, that is not your chest, Gabriel. Now, whether it's enough for a penalty is a different matter altogether. Don't get me wrong. But that was not his chest. That was his hand. It's not given. They felt it was a natural position, and that's probably fair enough. Somebody needs to give him a science lesson because if he thinks that's his chest, that's quite worrying. Saka goes down the right-hand side. He's stopped by Tsimikas. He stays down, wanting a free kick. Referee waves play on. He's still down. The referee then does stop play after Alisson's rolled it out. Why wait till he's rolled it? If you're going to stop play, stop play. He's waited until after Alisson's released the ball and then blows. Saka isn't the sort of player to just stay down for no reason. And it was a harsh shove from Tsimikas. It's one of those that I don't think it arguably is a foul. I think it's one of those, if you give the free kick there, I don't think there's any complaints. So long as he's consistent in this game, the referee, and lets those go all game, there's no argument. But if we suddenly start seeing those giving us free kicks, then Saka will have every right to feel aggrieved. 16 minutes have now gone, and Arsenal give the ball back to Alisson. Show sportsmanship, and Liverpool will get us back underway here. Against Liverpool, so Arsenal will go for a kick. It's a long ball from Saka on the right, it's way too long. It is out for a Liverpool throw. So how does that affect the table then? Well, Arsenal go back to top spots on 24 points. Liverpool stay 10th. 10 points, just 10 points. Their opening 8 games as it stands. Of course, a win here would get them into 7th above Manchester United. Though United would have a game in hand. Liverpool, as it stands, 6 points away from the top 4. Again, a win today makes it 3 points. Not going to get it the way they're playing at the moment. And to Arsenal again, it's a decent ball through, splits the defence, looking to get the ball forward for Jesus, which is underway on this occasion. Break from the left-hand side, Arsenal, but they're stopped by Thiago, and the ball is now cleared. Here comes Diaz. He's got some space on the left. He gets past the halfway line. Younes is putting the sign up, but then strays offside. It seems Salah there on the right. He's got plenty of space, takes the touch down. Now Henderson back to Salah on the right. Henderson again. Alexander-Arnold just linking the play. Van Dijk back to Henderson. Liverpool just trying to stretch something and make a space, but somebody's got to be brave here. Salah refusing to even take on a man. Now a ball into the box. Salah's being held off by Tomiyasu and can't get there, and it's in the goalkeeper's gloves as we go into the 20th minute of the game at the Emirates Stadium. Tomiyasu so far has had the better of Salah. Third. Thiago. The last 10 minutes, Liverpool about 69% possession. Nothing to show for it. Not to be brave in that attacking third. Challenging on him, and Arsenal win the ball back. Jesus on the halfway line. Good challenge from Jota, but it lands to Xhaka. He plays it out to the left, looking for Martinelli, but it's too strong and out for a throw-in. Trent Alexander-Arnold will take. Henderson, Diaz, drops to Jota. Jota just lays it off for Salah to play defensively down the line to Trent Alexander-Arnold. He goes across to Matip. And Matip will step forward as he likes to do. And then it's a poor pass. He's given that away to Saka. And now Arsenal can counter-attack, and they've got options forward. Saka to the left-hand side. Martinelli comes into the box. He's been held up by Trent Alexander-Arnold. Gets the ball across the face of goal, but nobody's there. And now it's going to run out for a throw on the far side, unless White can get there, which he can. He's been held off by Tsimikas. Tries to play it to Saka, intercepted by Diaz, and then he stops as he's running away. Because Trent Alexander-Arnold is down in some pain. This is not a welcome sight for Liverpool. He's nowhere near the ball, and Liverpool were on the attack. The fact he stayed down is very worrying indeed. I think it comes from when he was trying to hold off Martinelli. And if Trent Alexander-Arnold has a serious injury here, Liverpool can forget top four this season, because it will go from bad to worse. And he is simply irreplaceable for Liverpool. We can just see a replay now. It might be okay. Phew. It looks like Martinelli's just caught him as he's put the ball in. Trent slid down to try and block the cross. And it looks like Martinelli's trodden on his foot. Now, of course, it could be a broken bone, for example, on the metatarsal at worst. But it looks to me like it's just going to be an impact injury. Although Trent does look quite concerned about this. He's clearly in a huge amount of pain. It does hurt when that happens, when a player puts their full weight and the studs on the ankle. It is very painful. I think, I'm not very good at lip reading, but the referee's just come over, and the physio, I believe, just said to the ref, should be all right, mate. So I think Trent is okay to continue here, but it does hurt. We have gone past the halfway point in the first half. It is, of course, Arsenal 1, Liverpool 0 after that first minute goal from Martinelli. And whilst we have this break in play, and Henderson receives his instructions from Jurgen Klopp, he filled some time as well by talking you through today's action in the Premier League in the early 2 o'clock kickoffs. Finished Crystal Palace 2, Leeds United 1. Palace turning that around. They were 1-0 down in that game after a 10th minute strike by Strujic. Managed to get back in the lead. In the other game at 2 o'clock, in fact, as well, which we heard here live on Thrash Score with myself. Fulham took an early lead in the 5th minute with Pereira. And West Ham United turned that one around and won 3-1. It's currently, of course, right here, Arsenal 1, Liverpool 0. And the fourth and final game in the Premier League today kicks off at 7 o'clock this evening when Everton host Manchester United. And Liverpool will be hoping that their Merseyside rivals to do them something of a favour today, because I mentioned earlier on, Liverpool with a win would go above Manchester United, but United would have that game in hand and would need to win it to retake 7th. But Liverpool have got to help themselves, and at the moment they're not doing that. Play does now restart. Trent is fine to continue, which is bad news for Gareth Southgate, because it means he has to consider him for selection. The problems that seem to come with that from Gareth, just pick Trent. Anyway, it's not my decision. Matip comes forward out of the box for Liverpool with the ball. Plays it to Van Dijk. Now down the left-hand side for Diaz, who's almost been playing as a left wing-back for the majority of this first half, but he's got up and down the flank incredibly well. With tireless energy. Liverpool try and play it down the right for Jota, but it's intercepted by Arsenal, and they look to counter-attack once again. And they are absolutely everywhere, every single time they win the ball, Arsenal. It's gone to the left-hand side for Jesus. Tries to get it past Trent Alexander-Arnold, but can't. It comes back to him, though. He's got another chance here to do something with it. He decides to play it safe and go backwards to Gabriel. It's whipped into the box and headed away by Liverpool. Then Thiago will push it header back to Alisson. 25 minutes now gone in this first half. Liverpool still trailing. First minute goal. Salah on the right-hand side. Straight away, he looks to be slowing down as if he doesn't want to take on a man, but he's found a good ball through to Younes. Good shot, good save. And now Partey will turn and clear this away. The best clearance, Van Dijk hoofs it back forward, and it's headed away by White. And then Partey looks to take the ball down. That's a silly foul from Tsimikas, who immediately pleads his innocence, but he's not innocent there. It's Saka, in fact, apologies, who is taking the touch down. Tsimikas just took him out mid-air. It's always going to be a foul. Salah there, he's just refusing to try and take on a man today. It's a good ball, don't get me wrong, it's a nice pass this, but when he received the ball, been positive and got down the wing, anything could have happened there. He put it back, put a cross in, get to the box himself. Younes, who's trying to end his goal drought, stinging the palms of Ramsdale. He scored in his first 2 Liverpool appearances and then has gone 6 without a goal since. But he wishes he had Erling Haaland's goal drought problems. He went an hour without a goal this weekend. We were City fans for a while, and then he got his goal. That was like a handball to me, but nothing given. Liverpool still have the ball. Diaz then falls to the ground and gets the free kick after a collision with Partey. Free kick for Liverpool just past the halfway point on the left-hand side. Yeah, Partey literally just grabs Diaz's head, pushes him backwards. It's always going to be a free kick. I'm surprised that's not a booking, to be honest. So Liverpool take the free kick. They go across the halfway line with all 4 defenders. They're trying to get it forward to Jota, but Arsenal intercept the ball and get it away. Trent picks it up just past the halfway point in Liverpool's half. Gives it to Matip, who goes to Van Dijk, who goes back to Alexander-Arnold, who under pressure does get the ball away, but to a red shirt. He's nodded back across the halfway line. Now a lovely ball forward for Jesus. He's got into the box. He's being held off well by the Liverpool defence. He's got Martinelli in support and uses them. Chipped into the middle. Odegaard was there, but the header away from Liverpool. But Jesus has picked it back up and comes back into the Liverpool box, plays it in low, and it's a comfortable save for Alisson as he falls to the ground and tries to play it in low across the 6-yard box. Arsenal are looking so good this season, carrying that on today. Liverpool just haven't got started. The Charity Shield match against Manchester City was very impressive, and you just thought, this is looking good this season, and then it's all just falling apart, really. And a good win in midweek against Rangers, and probably could have had a more emphatic scoreline, but the clean sheet would have pleased many. We'll now try and switch the play across to Saka, and again Tomiyasu has come out the better of that challenge and put the ball out for a Liverpool throw-in on the halfway line. Trent Alexander-Arnold throws it down the line, looking to gain a few yards perhaps. It's headed away, and then Jota tries to put it through the defence for Salah, but it's a good block there from Gabriel, and now Arsenal have the ball once again. Long ball forward, blocked by Matip. Matip to Jota. Great touch from Jota to get round his man. He's made a bit of space for himself. Plays it to the left-hand side for Diaz. Diaz chips it up. It bobbles about. It looks like a handball in there. The referee's blown, and it is handball against Diaz. 29 minutes now played. Long ball for Saka. Can he keep this in play? No, he can't. Van Dijk will take the throw in and will take it quickly to Alisson. So he takes his time. Jesus tries to stop him playing it across to Matip, but can't quite get his leg that high. Now Alexander-Arnold down the right-hand side. First touch ball in from Salah to Henderson. Henderson feeds in. Nunez across to Diaz. Oh, it's nearly an own goal, but the goalkeeper has saved it, and Gabriel will put it out just to play it safe for a goal kick. Saliba nearly scored an own goal here. It was a good move from Liverpool. Henderson with a lovely ball for Nunez, and as he plays it across, Saliba can only stick a boot out to stop it from getting to Diaz, and puts it straight towards Ramsdale. I think he's hoping to cushion the pass a little bit more than he did. Ramsdale has to dive down and push it away. Half an hour gone now, 15 to go till half time. Van Dijk's got the ball on the left hand side, being held off by Saka. He drops it to Tsimikas on the wing. Now Thiago chips it over Gabriel Jesus in the centre circle to Matip, who just drops it to his right hand side for Henderson. Back to Matip. Everybody bar Alisson is in the Arsenal half right now. Matip just past the centre circle. Van Dijk. Now Trent. Matip. Van Dijk. Henderson. Thiago. Just passing sideways really. That one's chipped forward though for Jota, who jockeys a challenge from Odegaard, and advantage is played by the referee. Henderson to Salah on the right hand side. Salah goes round his man. He's actually won the battle this time. Has a shot and is wide of the near post. Much better. He's gone round Tomiyasu and then he's shooting before going round Xhaka. It's not a great finish, but at least he's took on his man. And there's a bit of doubt now in the head of Tomiyasu because he's won every single challenge so far, but then he managed to lose that one, so Salah can now try and get in his head a little bit, try and get around him, because he's just been holding off and backing off and slowing down and just lacking confidence really, I think, Mo Salah, and that's probably been the story of the last few games for him really. Henderson tries to win the ball, goes to ground and doing so and doesn't, but Mo Salah does pick up the loose ball and puts Matip under immense pressure. He manages to get the ball out just in time because Martinelli looked to take it off his toes there. And now Tsimikas is really struggling to get the ball away, and he's managed to just about get it to Younes. And Younes, under pressure, has played it back to Matip, who's played it forward to Diaz on the left-hand side. Diaz is being held off well by Ben White. Thiago, Tsimikas. Back to Van Dijk, who flicks it to Thiago. He looks to switch the play across to Salah, but it's intercepted by Tomiyasu once again. And the ball goes back to Ramsdale. Under pressure. Oh, he's nearly beaten by Nunez. He does a clever little dummy past Nunez, who very, very nearly got there. Well, we nearly saw a big mistake in both boxes, but Ramsdale did very well there. Nunez knew what he was going to do, but couldn't quite keep up. Now for a Liverpool throw-in in their own half. Trent Alexander-Arnold waiting to throw this one in. Going to Thiago, who pushes it back to Trent. Plays it long, and Diaz nods it down, plays it across the box. Younes! It's in the back of the net for Liverpool! He's broken the goal drought. 6 without a goal. And he's equalised at the Emirates against Arsenal. And the man of the first half for me, Diaz, with the assist. It's Arsenal 1, Liverpool 1. It starts from the throw-in. Trent throws it to Thiago. It's a 1-2. And then it's hoof forward. Diaz heads it down past the defenders. Plays it across square to Younes. Well, what a ball this is from Trent Alexander-Arnold. Gabriel gets a touch on it, actually. Can't do much more with it. Plays it to Diaz. And I think if he doesn't touch this, Younes would, and Younes was actually offside. The question now for VAR will be whether Younes, in the build-up, interfered with play. I would say it would be harsh if they make that decision. But if Gabriel doesn't get that touch and put it in the path of Diaz, you would wager that Diaz will peel off and Younes would have touched the ball and would have been offside. Check is over and the goal does stand. Into the 35th minute now. That would have been 34, I believe, when the goal went in. And all the excitement, I forgot to check. So, Henderson, nice ball for Jota. He's left it for Diaz. Diaz gets into the box, one-on-one. Good recovery run from Saliba. And I think the flag will go up. No, it wasn't a flag, in fact. It's a goal kick. Because as Diaz fell to the ground, just nudged the ball out of play. It was a good chance for Liverpool, but a very, very good and very important recovery run from Saliba for Arsenal to stop that attack. It's Van Dijk to Alexander-Arnold and Henderson. loops one forward. And it's gone out for a throw-in before anybody can even think about chasing that one. Salah picks up the loose ball. Henderson to Van Dijk. Van Dijk plays it left to Simicast. Back to Van Dijk. Thiago. Van Dijk again. Simicast on the left, being held off by Saka. Nice ball into Diaz. Diaz hesitates for too long and Partey wins the ball. But it's loose. Thiago stabs it back to Van Dijk to give Liverpool possession once more. Van Dijk across to Matip. Matip further on to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Now Henderson in the centre circle. Back to Van Dijk. Van Dijk puts it out of play. Carlos Luis Diaz is down. Requires some treatment. It's after that tussle with Partey where he just hesitated. And Partey, as he took him to ground, lands on him a couple of times actually, inadvertently. Diaz will require some treatment. I think he's holding his left knee. Underway. Let's play back to Alisson. Alisson to Van Dijk. Van Dijk lofts one down the left wing. Oh, it has stayed. Oh, it's on that actually. Look like it. Right. Diaz has instantly come off the pitch as he went to try and win that header. He went past the touchline, hobbling. And he's hobbled back onto the pitch. He's going to be left off. Which will be a real loss for Liverpool because he is a very, very influential player. Regardless of the scoreline, regardless of how Liverpool are playing, he's always got boundless energy. And he's shown that today. The first 39 minutes that we've played, into the 40th minute at the Emirates. It's all square once again. Taken by White and headed away by Simicast. It's now with Henderson who hits it all the way back to Alisson, but I think he could have probably put that over the top and released Salah, but again, Liverpool haven't been particularly brave or confident this season or this afternoon. Salah being held by two red shirts, manages to get the ball away, it's flicked over to Nounes, the flag will go up surely, and it does. He appeals. He's not impressed, but I'm sure. Unless it's criticized for fatigue, I would say. He needs to stand outside. Diaz has gone down again, holding his legs. Liverpool have once again put the ball out. And I think he is going to have to come off, and we'll try and patch him up perhaps till half-time. In fact, he has, again, reading this point, it looks like he's suggesting that they wrap it up with something, and the physio's sent there. It suggests to me Diaz is trying to soldier on, and the physio's under strict instructions not to risk anything. The last thing Liverpool wants is another injury. And I think his afternoon will be over, but managers and physios will always try at this stage in a game to see it out till half-time, if it's safe to do so, and then assess the situation thoroughly and make a decision as to whether or not they have to make a change. But I think Firmino's going to come on here to replace Diaz. I would assume Jota will then move out to the left. Firmino will sit just behind Younes, and a very deflated looking Luis Diaz makes way, and on comes Bobby Firmino. Straight away as he starts walking towards the bench, he's intercepted by a member of the Liverpool medical team who says to go straight down the tunnel so we can have a look at this straight away. Here are Arsenal rolling it around the defensive area in the 42nd minute. Ben White on the right hand side, hits it long. Saka can't win the header, it comes to Van Dijk. And two red shirts next to him, has to play to Matip, who goes back to Alisson. Jesus is lurking around the penalty spot. Alisson hits it long, headed away by Gabriel. Liverpool pick it up again on the halfway line. Here's Mo Salah, gets there ahead of Odegaard. Trent Alexander-Arnold through to Henderson, quick pass to Thiago because he was under pressure. Thiago is fouled by Saka and Liverpool have a free kick. Ray Clark was a face that wouldn't be unsuitable for a Batman villain. Very frustrated indeed. Liverpool take the free kick and get the ball to the left hand side for Jota, who looks to chip it in but it's blocked. It might fall nicely for Younes and does. He drops it to Salah. Salah digs it into the middle. Younes can't get there. He's blocked by Ben White. The chance is gone. It's rolled out to Partey. And now Odegaard. He falls down and gets a free kick just on the edge of the centre circle. Odegaard plays it quickly to Gabriel. On the left hand side with Martinelli. Back to Gabriel. 43 minutes played in this first half. It's Ben White. To Saliba. Gabriel. Oh, back four used as it goes left back, Tommy Aston. And now makes its way all the way back along the back four to Ben White. Every single player involved there. Now back to the keeper. Arsenal, I think, just playing it safe now, seen it out till half-time. They know that there's only a couple of minutes left. I'd expect a decent bit of stoppage time. We've had the 2 goals, of course, with the VAR checks. And we've had some injuries, of course, and treatment. Diaz has gone down 3 times, of course, before he eventually had to come off. So I'd be surprised if we see certainly any less than 2 minutes, probably less than 3, to be honest. Arsenal look to try and attack here. Odegaard plays it in, looking for Jesus. His touch is heavy in the box. It's away by Liverpool. Tomiyasu looks to keep it alive. Plays it across to Gabriel. To Tomiyasu. Down the left-hand side for Martinelli. As he cuts back, he goes along the outside of the box. Tries to feed it through. It's blocked. It comes down to Partey. Partey chips it to Saka on the right-hand side. Saka heads it past his man. He's still got the ball. Saka is turned behind. The referee then points for a foul on Jota. It will be a Liverpool free kick in the 45th minute, 20 seconds in fact until we find out the added time in this game in the first half. Here's Jota, first touch ball, cross looking for Firmino, it's left for Younes, he chips it back and Jota is behind him, has to get there and does. Now Tsimikas trying to get the ball back into the box, he's got Jota in support, uses him. Saka trying to cause problems, but he can't. Here comes Jota, gets into the box, and it's turned behind. It went out, it was very high. It's hard to tell with the height of the ball when it left the field of play, when the parties put that out for a goal, for a corner, or a throw-in. It is a throw-in, so Newcastle picked it up. Thrown down the line to Van Dijk. 1 minute gone of the 5 added on in this first half. Van Dijk goes left to Thiago. Thiago in field to Henderson, back to Van Dijk. Now Thiago again on the left of the halfway line, being held off by Partey. His ball forward hits Partey, goes out for a Liverpool throw. Tsimikas comes over to take the throw in, looks bewildered when Thiago takes it quickly. Not sure what to do with himself now. So 1-2 with Van Dijk, back to Van Dijk again. Switches the play, looking for Mo Salah. Will he get there ahead of Tomiyasu? No, he won't. Tomiyasu wins the header, and he goes to Martinelli. Martinelli plays it back to Gabriel in the box, being rammed down by Darwin Núñez. He plays it across to Saliba. They do get the ball away, and it's played forward by Partey to Martinelli, who's in the centre circle, being held up by Bobby Firmino, but he's done a very good run across to the left-hand side. Drops it for Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu plays it down the left-hand side for Jesus. Now back with Partey, who looks to switch the play to the right hand side and does beautifully. Saka's peeled off with plenty of space, takes a touch down. He's got Ben White on the overlap. Saka, still Saka, gets into the box, closed down, wins a corner. Halfway through the allotted 5 minutes of added time. Arsenal have corner. Evenly balanced at 1-1. Both sides have caused problems for their position's defence. Saka swings in the corner, it's a good one, it's headed away by Núñez. Back with Tomiyasu, who's sweeping up on the halfway line. Plays it back to Ramsdale, who lifts it long for Saka. Saka looks to have got the better of Tsimikas, but he's forced away from goal by the Greek fullback. Now Odegaard across the edge of the box. There's a chance here. Oh, it's wasted by Arsenal. Hang on a minute. Odegaard picks it back up. There might be a second chance here. Saka's got it now. Plays it across the 6-yard box. It's turned away again. Liverpool have done well there defensively. Arsenal probably could have done better, but Liverpool did everything right. Oh, that's beautiful from Jota, who looks to play the ball in field. It's a complete dummy. He tricks his man. He gets past him. Plays it to Núñez. It's now back to Jota. Nasty challenge from Odegaard. Referee goes straight to the pocket. It will be a free kick to Liverpool and a booking for Odegaard. A minute and 15 left of the 5 added on. But this was beautiful from Jota. And then it's just a nasty scissor slide from Odegaard after he's lost the man. It's cynical. There's no intention there of getting the ball, and he receives his second yellow card of the season. Tsimikas hits the free kick in. It comes to the edge of the box on the right-hand side. Arsenal win the battle, and now Jesus gets it out to Martinelli. Gabriel is the main centre forward at this point. Martinelli continues, tries to go around Henderson, cuts it back, makes some space, plays it in. It's come all the way across to Saka, and it's in the back of the net, and there's no flag. And Arsenal look to have taken the lead in the final minute of the stoppage time, the 50th minute in the first half. And if the flag, if this is right, if it's not offside, it's a beautiful bit of play this from Arsenal. They break down the left. Gabriel
Okay, guys, so it's halftime, 2-1 to Arsenal. And Trent Alexander-Arnold being murdered online right now. Disaster classes per usual. And people dare to compare him with the King James, which is abomination. That is a crime. Don't even mention them in the same sentence. But just because he put some crosses there and it happened that people score them because they had clinical attackers, and Reece James will cross amazing balls, nobody to take them, so no assist. That's the reason why people bring the discussion in place, you know. There's no discussion here. Herbert is laughing. Who keeps comparing Trent and Reece James is a crime. Why they suspended Arsenal game against the City? I don't know. Okay. Window. Dev.
Hey, Oaks. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Wow. The only time I really watch Arsenal games is against the big four, or should I say the big five?
Okay.
And watching this game, Trent is it's wow. And they compare this guy to Reece James. Come on.
And Klopp keep on defending him too.
Did the 2 goals came from him, from that area?
Yeah, you can say so. It's from his side, but defending is about a group. But I know what you mean. Individual work put together to defend, but it
just seems like Liverpool found themselves at Marcos Alonso.
Okay.
But we also I'm not going to underestimate his passes that he makes when he's out front. But you could tell in this game, Arsenal Arteta is not, giving him space to push forward. Whoever is on top there, Martinez, is that his name? Oh, Martinelli.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems to be a Martinelli playing defense against Trent as well. So like he doesn't push forward because his passes and crosses could be dangerous.
Yeah,
because I haven't seen him at all get on the Arsenal half to make some magic pass happen. But if you can push forward, and normally as a defender, you're supposed to defend. That's your number one priority too as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just surprised, but it is a good game. But I was wondering why they postponed that game against City.
I don't know yet. I haven't really checked on news about that. When it was going to be?
It's supposed to be 2 weeks from here. I forgot the date. It is already postponed. I'm looking at it like Arsenal going to be on top until 2023.
Yeah, probably.
For now. Because Arteta probably read Jose Mourinho's book, How to Win the Premier League. Beat the smaller teams and then draw
against the big ones.
The big ones. Or fight against the big ones. That's what I'm seeing lately. But I'm not going to say Arsenal are lucky against Liverpool in this game. But at the same time, Liverpool is having a disadvantage with losing players like Luis Diaz right now. It's going to be less pressure on them. But yeah, Arsenal should be taken serious with the way I look at it. Because they did not waste no chance. Me watching this game, I'm even surprised, low-key. I'm like, wow, these guys are just one touch, and try to find the net. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I never knew they play like this.
They are mini city, mini me. So they're doing good until when you meet Reece James.
Yep. And I think when they will face Chelsea, they will suffer.
Yeah, we will be more ready by that time.
They come in with the heads up because of what they did to us on the preseason, but they just did not know. We have a big surprise to them.
There are some edit online. They're very, very funny.
I could guess it's probably on Trent
Alexander-Arnold with Harry Maguire face and Trent hair.
Wow. Oh no, they did not compare him to Maguire. That is way past the limit.
That's the way it is.
I most likely see him playing like Alonso right now. Alonso good going forward with the passes and crosses. Yeah. Even the free kicks. Alonso put it at the corner. He's reminding me of it. But defending,
he got more pace than Alonso. But I know in terms of
physicality,
defending and all that, and going forward, putting free kicks, assist. They have good techniques to do that. But
yeah, and this is the reason why I said this is Arsenal's advantage. He probably put a technical, to his team to make sure that left side of Trent, he's not pushing forward. And now you see a lot of the balls coming from the right a little bit. And Mo Salah too, I don't know how many touches this guy making so far. But these games, with the way I'm looking at it, they are on each other's head. The ball is moving a lot and quickly. Until Luis Diaz got out, and I was like, man, it's not balanced no more.
Luis Diaz, yeah. What happened to him?
His knees. It was his knees. He had a collision hit with what's the name of that DM they compared to Kante in Arsenal? What's that guy's name?
Thomas Partey?
Yeah, Thomas Partey. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were both on the ground, and then I don't know, something happened there, and then that's where it all started. Can't believe they compared this guy to Kante.
Yeah, they have to stop it because when Lucas Torreira, remember the short guy from Uruguay when he signed for Arsenal, and they were saying he's better than N'Golo Kante. And what happened to him? He's nowhere to be seen. Gone now, playing somewhere in Turkey or somewhere. So stop comparing Kante. Kante without injuries, man, it was going to be something else. So
there is this play that Arsenal did, and I think I saw their weakness. Arsenal's weakness. These guys, they try to pressure at this one moment. Did you see the way Joe Jota took on 3 players and he got fouled at the line? Yeah. I think the Arsenal weakness is hitting them with a counter attack. I see that most likely working. But what they also do is they defend as a team. They're all in the back. But yeah, I would say the best way to defeat Arsenal is to take these players 1v1. But every time, if the second half starts, just watch. Every time there's a 1v1 opportunity, there is a second player from Arsenal joining in to defend. So it's always like a 2v1. A 2v1 on Arsenal when they defend, even from the middle of the what's it called? Almost half of that in the middle of that field. Immediately you get close to Arsenal's box, it's 2v1. 2v1, and that's the reason why they probably look so good defensively right now.
What a time to concede just at the end, just the way we scored a goal yesterday, which saved us because The team talk is gonna be completely different in the dressing room when you are leading 1-0. Then
that goal was a script. That second goal was nothing, they could do about it. If Train defended, that cross was never going through, but it was a lucky goal. The reason why I said lucky goal is because I'm not an Arsenal fan. If like I said, Train would have defended, this would never happen. Chelsea would not concede a goal like this. With Thiago Silva in that box.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Chelsea team right now they're all in somebody's house in the living room watching Arsenal. I hope they are, because I'm getting tired of Arsenal doing this. Like, how are they keep going away with this? Arteta. And they play like City. This guy just copied and scripted everything from City. I'm not even gonna lie about that. I don't know. That's how I see it. The way they move the ball, the way they are defending, there's a very similar play with City. I don't know if you noticed it. They move it the same way.
Because Arteta is a student, right, from City. And brought a few players from there, brought the same philosophy, got rid of players that he didn't want, bought kind of similar players that Pep Guardiola will go for. So, learning from the master. Now, the problem is we have to wait. We have to wait until the end when it starts collapsing. We know how it end up. So Trent Alexander-Arnold is out, people. I think.
He got subbed?
Let me make sure. Yeah, I think he been subbed.
Wow. They need to stop comparing him with James. It's a disgrace.
That's it. That guy need just to go.
I agree. He needs to work more on his defensive, especially with the World Cup coming up. I'm beginning to see, like, this football game is a small world. It was just 2 weeks ago he started getting exposed, and all of a sudden the entire Premier League is aware of it. They're coming for Trent if he doesn't do anything about that.
What? Klopp keep on defending him, so.
Do you think they're gonna win this game?
Who?
Arsenal.
I don't know. I want it to be like a draw. I don't want any of them to win. I want them to drop 2 points each. But
I think it's gonna be 3-2. Liverpool with a win at the last minute.
Oh yeah.
Probably from a corner kick or a set piece.
Who's gonna score?
Liverpool.
Fred is out, and also Younes.
Younes is out too?
He's out, huh?
You said Younes is out?
No, I say Trent is out for free kicks, and Younes also. You said that he's out. So
if the last minute goal, I'm predicting one of Liverpool academy kids.
Okay.
Yeah, to come there and make something impossible again. 3-2 scores.
3-2 scored. You heard here first. Listen, Dev, I'm going to the other room to watch the game with people.
Oh, it started. All right.
And I will be back after this, and probably I might continue for the second game, United. But on and off like this, just because
no problem.
I have many people. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, people. So we're going to continue watching this and comment. So I will see you very, very soon. Where is that?
with Gomez. It's an attacking lineup for Liverpool. It was always expected that the plan was to outscore Arsenal as opposed to stop them scoring, which, given Liverpool's defensive record this season, is probably a wise choice. I don't think it would be naive to hope for a clean sheet against Arsenal today. Alisson plays it out to the left-hand side for Tsimikas. And that's a lovely ball to left-hand side for Martinelli, and he's one-on-one here. He plays it across the 6-yard box. Liverpool struggling to clear the lines. Odegaard has a chance here, and it's eventually turned outside the box. Not very far, though, and Arsenal can get it straight back in. It comes to the far post, and Martinelli will battle Matip. Matip holds his shin and gets a free kick. It's a beautiful ball from Odegaard for Martinelli. It was an important stop from Matip. Otherwise, Jesus was in. There's Matip now on the right-hand side. Plays it forward to the halfway line, and there's a free kick given against Younes for Arsenal. Gabriel, the man who was bundled down by the Liverpool forward. Partey will take this one, play it short and back to Gabriel. In possession once more. He's played to Tomiyasu on the left-hand side. He's lofted it over for Martinelli, and the offside flag goes up. 3 minutes into the second half already, and if anything, Liverpool look worse than the first half. Liverpool hit the ball up, and looks like it's offside for Younes. It is. There goes the flag. Jota on the left-hand side, can't get past Saliba, and now Arsenal look to attack themselves. Here's Saka, being held off by Tsimikas. He's looking to try and get round him, he can't. He looks to play it through to White on the overlap, and Tsimikas has done well and puts it out for a throw-in. Van Dijk, 5 minutes gone off the second half. It's playing down the left for Liverpool. Jota can't quite get control of the ball, and Partey wins it back and plays it to Odegaard. Odegaard to White. White chips it into the middle. Jesus might be in here. Gomez has had to get back. It looks like a handball to me, but the flag is up anyway, so it won't count, and it's offside for Jesus. He's miles offside. He knew. He started coming back, and then he started going forward again. Try and get the ball up on the left-hand side, and they're trying to feed in Younes here, but the ball is a little bit too slow, and Saliba will get there first. It's played back to Ramsdale. He hoops it long first touch, but Van Dijk's going to win that header all day, every day. Oh, and it's given away by Liverpool badly, and then Arsenal give it back just as badly as well. Van Dijk turns to play it across to a teammate, and Jesus was there, playing it looking for Martinelli, but it was overhit to Alisson Ganda, and that was a let-off there for Liverpool. Gift with a goal. Forward to Jota. Oh, that's a lovely ball through for Bobby Firmino in the box. Firmino! It's in the back of the net. That's a lovely, lovely goal and a lovely finish from Roberto Firmino. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. If you're an Arsenal fan, you'd be so frustrated today because it's dominance, 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 chance, chance, chance. Liverpool look woeful, and then they just have a moment of magic, get up the pitch and just score a lovely goal. And that's twice they've pegged back Arsenal now, who will feel like they should be 3 or 4 goals up in truth. But Liverpool showing some individual class at times, and that's a beautiful finish across Ramsdale into the far corner by Roberto Firmino, the super sub. It's a tight angle, really. He's gone away from goal to the left, and then plays it back across the goalkeeper. He knew what he was doing, and he's just placed that perfectly. Saliba's sliding in, the goalkeeper's diving down, and it's nestled right in the corner in between those two. Absolutely perfection. That goal in the 53rd minute levels things again. Martinelli is on the end of a throw in here and wins a corner for Arsenal. Martinelli takes the corner and it's put out of the air by Alisson. Henderson tries to get the ball forward early. There's 2-on-2 at the back there, but it's swept away by the Arsenal defence. The free kick is given to Liverpool in the defensive half. Here's Firmino, nice ball through, looking for Jota in the box, but that's swept up by Ramsdale. We'll get the ball back pretty quickly though. Here's Mo Salah to Bobby Firmino. And Henderson. Gomez on the right hand side. Firmino, back to Henderson. Matip. Firmino. Comes to nothing now, and Arsenal look to break themselves. Here's Gabriel Jesus. He's got to try and beat Henderson. He cuts inside and plays it across, and there's 2 red shirts arriving. Goes past both of them. Odegaard will keep this in play before it goes out for a throw-in. We've had a frantic 10 minutes in the opening second half. It's played forward and then played in by White. But Matip with a big boot to put it out for a corner. Corner taken by Arsenal and punched away by Alisson. It comes back to the corner taker, Bukayo Saka. He goes round one and then is tripped by another defender. wins a free kick for Arsenal. It's Diogo Jota who committed the offence. So, free kick is whipped in and Alisson just about gets it away. Now it's bouncing about outside the box and neither side can get a foothold in possession. Gabriel Jesus trips over his own player on the ground. And there is now a little bit of concern. The physio has been prompted to come over. There's an awful lot of concern actually for, I think it's Jesus down for Arsenal. Not entirely sure what's happened here. There's an Arsenal player who was down from a previous attack. As I mentioned, the ball was bouncing between the two teams, and there's a player down. And as the ball looked to be released for Jesus, he tripped over his own teammate, and Jesus himself, looks to be the one where the concern is at the moment. It's fairly innocuous for him. I was more concerned for his teammate. I think it's Odegaard who was down on the ground, because he looked to have tripped over his head, so a boot to the head obviously is going to cause some concern. But everybody's around Jesus. The concern seems to have been alleviated somewhat, but he is still down. Ramsdale's come across to speak to Arteta to let him know what the situation is. Jesus is sat up now, so it's nothing on the serious end of the spectrum. Just watching it back here. I'm trying to work out exactly what happened, because he doesn't actually trip over his own player. I think he goes to extreme lengths to avoid him and then trips over his own feet, and then he just flops to the ground. Still getting a lot of lengthy treatment here. He's helped up to his feet. There's still a huge amount of work being done here for Jesus. Both sets of players giving him moral support. Not too sure whether Jesus lost consciousness or something during that, because there was a huge amount of work being done, but it looked to me like he tripped up basically and fell to the ground. But the concern, it did look, the way he dropped, it looked like a head injury, but there was nothing at all there. He has come back on though, and he's absolutely fine to continue. Now Martinelli's down outside the field of play as he tries to keep the ball in. It's all going on at the Emirates. So he basically battled with Joe Gomez. Gomez won the battle, but slid off the field of play. Hurts himself a little bit. Tomiyasu has a throw in here for Arsenal as we look to get some sort of normal rhythm in this game. Friends taking it, drops into the box, and Xhaka has a shot here, it's over the bar. So 62 minutes gone then. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. Benson hits it up and Jota can't quite take the ball down. Ben White gets it forward for Arsenal. Jesus is running on, but Matip wins the aerial battle. Gomez sweeps up the loose ball, plays it across to Virgil van Dijk. He plays it forward to Thiago. Partey's trying to hold him off and does. And he gets the ball to Saka inadvertently, but nonetheless back to Partey. And now Odegaard across to Xhaka. Xhaka to Jesus on the edge of the box. Jesus dinks it in, and it's touched down by Xhaka. Back to Jesus. Chipped over to Ben White. Ben White to Bukayo Saka in the box. Back to White. Plays it back to the edge of the box. Looking for Jesus, but a slide challenge blocks that one. It comes out to Saliba. 1-2 with Partey, and then down the right-hand side to Saka. Saka cuts in field. And then looks to chip it across, but Henderson is in the way and heads it clear to the halfway line. Saliba picks it up. Goes across to Tomiyasu. He's going to give Zinchenko a run for his money if he thinks he's going to slot straight back in. Oh, and now a lovely crossfield ball for Martinelli if he can keep this one in play, and he does. Being held off by Gomez. Gomez blocks the cross. Comes out to Tomiyasu again. And now Martinelli back to Tomiyasu. Chipped in towards the penalty spot. There's a couple of poor headers for Liverpool, and there's a chance here. Oh, it's off the line. Saka managed to keep it in play and chipped it over the goal line. This was a brilliant bit of play from Arsenal. Tomiyasu's ball in caused all sorts of problems. There was 2 half headers from Liverpool. Nobody could quite get on the end of the ball, and Saka dinks it onto the goal line. Odegaard's there, and it's a brilliant acrobatic clearance off the line, but it wouldn't have counted anyway because Saka seems to have controlled it with his hand. 64 minutes played, still 2-2. For some reason, it just constantly feels like Liverpool are losing this game. I keep thinking Arsenal are still ahead, and I think it's purely because of how they've dominated proceedings, but actually Liverpool have every chance of winning this game. It just doesn't feel like it. But we know this power of this Liverpool side, the mentality monsters, as they've been referred to before by Jurgen Klopp. Not necessarily this season, but you can never write them off. They're one of those teams. We saw Arsenal's resilience to play to the final whistle in the first half as well. They'll do that in this second period if it's still all square. Arsenal have the ball here, and Saka runs through the middle of the park. He lays it off to Ben White on the right-hand side. Ben White's got plenty of options in front of him. He goes back to Partey. He goes back to Saliba. Now Gabriel. And Tomiyasu. Down the left-hand side for Jesus. Infield to Partey. Partey back to the centre circle with Gabriel. Forward to Tomiyasu. Back to Gabriel again. Tomiyasu here, just slowing down the play, sweeps it across his own half to Saliba. Saliba down the line to Saka. To Odegaard, he's lost the ball though, and Jota will come forward here. And there's 4 Liverpool shirts against 4 red shirts. Oh, it's a poor ball across to the right-hand side. Mo Salah can't get there. For an Arsenal throw-in, it was 4v4 there. A really good opportunity. Jota just misplaced that ball. Salah couldn't quite take it down, although watching it back I think Salah probably could have done more to get there. 66 minutes played in this game. to the right-hand side, looking for Saka, but he can't keep it in. It's out for a Liverpool throw-in. I can just see behind that, Fabinho looks to be being stripped and ready to come on. Arsenal. Jesus takes it down and plays it back to Saka on the touchline. He plays it down the line to White, and it's now across to Tomiyasu. He plays it to the left-hand side for Martinelli, back to Tomiyasu, who plays it right-footed across to Saliba, and now White plays it past Saliba to Gabriel in the centre circle. Gabriel for Arsenal plays it to the right-hand side for Saka. Tsimikas can't get there, but he'll close it down. And joined by Thiago as they both team up to try and stop Saka from advancing. And they do, they force him backwards. It's now with Partey. Plays it to the left to Tomiyasu. Now forward to Xhaka, he plays it left to Martinelli. His cross in is blocked by Gomez and behind for an Arsenal corner. 68 minutes played at the Emirates. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. Will there be a double change, I think, for Liverpool? Looks like Joel Matip now replaced by Konate. Fabinho is also going to come on. Four. Will it be a like for like, or are they going to put another body in the middle of the park? Mo Salah making way. I said earlier on, he's not been very brave at all today, if at all this season as well, more to the point. So Konate for Matip, like for like swap at the back. Fabinho coming on for Salah. So Liverpool now in their more traditional 4-3-3. Fabinho the centre focal point. So Jota and Younes with him. There's a ball across over the top for Younes here, but I think the flag will go up if he wins this. It stays down for now. Plays it into Jota, who loses the ball, so we'll never know. Partey to Saka. Saka does well to get past the horde of white shirts and plays out to Ben White on the right-hand side. He's then fouled, and it will be a free kick to Arsenal in the 70th minute, just on the right-hand side of the halfway line. Fabinho's first involvement in the game is to give away that foul. Free kick's taken and sent away and ultimately out for a Liverpool throw-in on the far side. He's just come across and booked Fabinho, and I'm not entirely sure why. I think he said something to the referee and booked him. Oh, it was Gomez. Apologies. Gomez has given the yellow card. I assume it was for time wasted, but Liverpool are just as keen to win this match as Arsenal from what I've seen in the last few minutes. So, a strange decision that from the referee. I think Gomez was just simply waiting for an option to present itself. The ball is met with Ramsdale at the moment in the Arsenal goal. Ben White on the right side. So 1-2 with Saka. And now Odegaard jockeys a challenge from Konate, plays it across the left hand side. Martinelli takes a touch into the box. He's held off well there by Joe Gomez, plays it to the left for Saka. Granit Xhaka plays it across the 6-yard box. It bounces between the Liverpool defenders and is an easy gather in the end for Alisson, but it was a good ball in. He just hit the wrong man. And Liverpool were lucky that after it hit the defender, it bounced to a fellow defender. Anything could have happened with that. Dangerous ball in. It's a very good slide actually by Canate to stop that, because there was a man stood on the back post waiting to just turn that in. Jesus, I think it was. So now with another long ball forward, looking for Jesus. He chests it down ahead of Canate. And that's turned out to Martinelli, and Xhaka on the overlap plays it across. There's nobody there, and now Saka gets there because the defender's giving it straight to him. Saka, oh, it's a good save, and Jesus has got a chance. Good block. I thought he gathered that. Now it comes to the edge of the box. Martinelli shot blocked by Henderson. Comes back to Martinelli, plays it to the left for Xhaka, chips it into the middle for the penalty spot. Jesus goes down. It's cleared away, and the ref's pointed to the spot. Absolute bedlam in the Liverpool box. Everything was happening there. And Jesus is down in some pain. Henderson is absolutely gobsmacked at this. But VAR will check it, of course. And it's against Thiago. Thiago's gone for the ball. Jesus has got there first. And I think this will stand because it's not a clear and obvious error. It's soft. It's not a clear and obvious error. Jesus has stretched his leg out to win the ball. He touches the ball. Henderson's gone to win the ball and basically hit the back of the leg. It's one of those. It happens in football. But I don't think this is going to be ruled out. And there's a few handbags here between the two players. Granit Xhaka's being led away by Jesus. I think he was the instigator there. Purely based on the reactions of the players, you understand. It might well be that someone else instigated it and he retaliated and he's been led away, but either way, Thiago is now in discussion with the referee. He's now calling somebody over. Gabriel is speaking to the referee. I think Granit Xhaka is being called over, given he was being led away, and that would, yes, he has indeed come over to the referee. Gabriel's pleading his teammate's case. See now what happens. Henderson looks to start it actually. It's just off camera, but I think Henderson gives a nudge to Gabriel and then Xhaka gets involved. Now Henderson doesn't normally do that sort of thing. So whether something was said or whether he was just nudging away from the referee because he was right in the referee's ear. Thiago's still pleading his case to the referee. This game has had, honestly, so much. Everything has just gone, it's a million miles an hour. It's been absolutely crazy. Looks like Bukayo Saka is the man with the responsibility. That was an absolutely insane 30 seconds in the box. Arsenal had a few chances to do something. And they ultimately came out of it with a corner. We're in the 75th minute. Now in the 76th minute. A while. So Saka sets the ball, takes his steps back. Left-footed, of course, and he's stuck to the right of the ball. The ball just in front of the spot, only just touching it. He does his stutter. Saka goes bottom left. Keeper goes the right way, but can't get the hand on it. And Arsenal lead again. It's Arsenal 3, Liverpool 2. And Saka has his second of the evening. Well, I'd love to watch a replay of those minutes leading up to the penalty, to be honest, because there was so much to talk through at such a pace. So many half chances, so many efforts, so many blocks, so many mistakes as well. In the 76th minute, the penalty was taken, the penalty was converted by Bukayo Saka. Liverpool have it all to do again. They fall behind in this game for the third time. They've equalised twice. Can they equalise a third time? So Liverpool get us back underway then. They've got 13 minutes plus added time to try and get something from this game. It's a long ball down the left-hand side. Tsimikas is there, and it's a good ball into the box, but it's just over Younes at the near post. But Liverpool do win a corner. Tomiyasu puts it behind, as Bobby Firmino was lurking. Liverpool need to utilise this set piece. We know they can score from set pieces. I would expect Tsimikas is going to take this with Trent Alexander-Arnold not on the field of play anymore, which means it will be in swinging. With Konate on there. Matip obviously not on the pitch now. Konate is not exactly small. The ball swings into the 6-yard box. It's headed away, comes to the edge of the box, and Martinelli does well to keep it away from Henderson. He slides in though to get the ball back to Gomez. Gomez rushes it to Thiago, and Odegaard puts him under pressure. He plays it back to Alisson, who's closer to the halfway line than his own box in truth. 78 minutes played now, 12 to go. There's Roberto Firmino. It's a bad first touch, and he has to win the ball back, and does. Arsenal want a foul. The referee waves play on. Here's Tsimikas. Back to Konate. Thiago. Konate. Van Dijk. It's forward for Jota. Jota turns and plays it through for Younes. Younes has got to try and get round Gabriel. Can he get round him? Yes, he can. Plays it in low. Oh, it's across the 6-yard box. It's behind everybody, and it's turned away, beaten the goalkeeper, who thought he was going to shoot. So Ramsdale committed. It came along the 6-yard box, but it wasn't near a yellow shirt. White shirt. Throw-in taken though for Liverpool. Thiago, Van Dijk. Thiago again. And now it's fed left for Tsimikas. He plays it back to Van Dijk. Konate. Gomez. Fabinho. Henderson on the right-hand side. Cross behind Jesus. Plays a 1-2 with Roberto Firmino. Fabinho to Firmino. Plays it left to Henderson, back to Firmino. Firmino chips it into the middle, but it's won by a red shirt. It's come out to Darwin Núñez on the left-hand side. He plays it backwards to Van Dijk. Van Dijk plays it through to Fabinho. Good play from him. Fabinho comes forward, then drops it to Thiago on his left. Thiago past Odegaard with a 1-2 and Henderson. And now it's chipped into the box looking for Firmino. It's too far, it's overhit, and it's out for a goal kick. Firmino puts the thumb up to say, good idea. Thank you, good lucky. Harvey Elliott gets a hug from Jurgen Klopp as he's about to enter play. We've had 80 minutes at the Emirates Stadium. 10 minutes to play. Diogo Jota, the man who will make way for Harvey Elliott. There's been so much responsibility put on him this season. This here, coming on with 10 minutes to play, 3-2 down away at the league leaders. Can he and his Liverpool teammates conjure up his final minutes? Goal kick is hit long. Konate wins it. Plays it down the right-hand side, and Firmino flicks it on with the header to keep it in play. He's given it away to Tomiyasu, and Arsenal have the ball back. It's played all the way back to Ramsdale, who hits it up first touch. Konate heads it forward. Matip. Now comfortably with Ramsdale. For a long ball for Núñez, didn't work. I think the flag's gone up for offside because player stopped, and we're about to have an Arsenal substitution. Odegaard is going to make way. He's had a good performance today, gets a standing ovation from the Arsenal fans. Gives the captain armband to Xhaka. Henderson not happy at how long the substitution is taking. He's stopped at least twice now, Odegaard, to embrace teammates as he leaves the field of play. Kieran Tierney will replace him. So Arsenal going to a back five, perhaps. Tierney involved instantly, but it's over him. Gomez wins that battle of wits and gets the throw in for Liverpool in the 83rd minute now. Arteta's very, very annoyed at something on the touchline. Not entirely sure what. Arsenal take the throw in. It's turned back to the goalkeeper by Gabriel. Long ball forward. Pumped up by Arsenal. Headed away by Canate. Helped on by Thiago. Roberto Firmino plays it to the left-hand side. It's Firmino. 1-2 with Elliott and then puts the ball in. Here's Thiago. That's poor from him. It's just too slow trying to put the volley in. And Jesus steals it off him. Runs up and has support on the left. And he chips it over for Tierney. Kieran Tierney. Back to Partey. No one pressing him. And he's got time to pick his pass into the box for Jesus, who chests it down, lets it bounce. Then plays it out to Saka. To White on the edge of the box. Saka out wide. Plays it back safely to Saliba. That's an easy pass. You can see that all day long. Tomiyasu across the field. Lovely ball. Taka left on the left-hand side. Back to Tomiyasu. Gabriel. Saliba. Long ball forward to Saka. Good touchdown from him. It's the 85th minute now. Arsenal just passing it around to players in space here, making Liverpool do all the running. They've eventually given the ball away. Gomez can only give it back though. Now here's Kieran Tierney. As well, they're good feet to get around three white shirts and drop the ball back to his fullback Tomiyasu. It's a long ball into the box looking for Jesus. He's beaten Van Dijk and Alisson will pick that one up and roll it out to Thiago. Tierney. 5 minutes to go, plus added time in this one. Ben White on the far side, does well to get round Harvey Elliott, and now can get the ball into the box. It's not the best delivery. Gomez does help it on its way though. And Martinelli will hold this one in the corner. Moves down the line. Plays it to a teammate in the corner. Martinelli again now. Played back to Gabriel. 1-2 with Partey. And for the left-hand side for Xhaka. He struggled to keep it in play, to be honest, and had to give it away. But then it's given away by Canate to Tomiyasu. And now Partey has the ball again. Forward into the Liverpool box, and it's a big clearance away. And then this challenge for the ball between Xhaka and Thiago. Thiago wins a free kick for that. Into the 87th minute we go. Fabinho. Cross to Canate. And now Gomez. To Canate. 3.5 minutes of normal time left. 3-2 down. Stop passing it back to the goalkeeper. Get the ball up the pitch. It's Alisson. Gomez. Gomez down the line. Henderson flicks it on, but there's nobody there, and it's out for an Arsenal throw-in just before the halfway line. Jurgen Klopp is frustrated as I am watching this. Right on the touchline. complaining at his players, but they've been second best today. I said earlier on, it kept feeling every time that like Liverpool were behind, because just watching the play, they just looked like a team that were second best to everything, and they have been. And honestly, I think this is a fair result. You know, both teams have deserved some goals. Arsenal, if anything, probably deserved more than the 3. I think a 4-2 would have been about right today. Could well still be. Can Liverpool steal something from this game? And it really would be theft if they get any points from this game. Nice ball out to Gomez on the right-hand side. There's 3 white shirts arriving in the box. Gomez goes back to Harvey Elliott. Elliott 1-2 with Firmino. Now it's with Gomez on the right. Elliott gives him the overlap option, but he goes left to Firmino in a central position. Now Gomez on the right. He does get this one in. It's high. It takes a deflection. There's a nod on, and Liverpool have got the ball in the box. What can they do with this, though? Younes, Henderson plays it across the 6-yard box. Bounces between some red shirts. They can't get this one away. Eventually, Tomiyasu again, as he's done a few times today. Nothing wrong with this at all. It's just playing it safe. Doesn't want to cause any problems. Boots it out for a throw-in. The balls get ricocheting off players from both sides there. It was very difficult. There's some appeals actually from Liverpool for a free kick here for Harvey Elliott, who was taken down in melee. But again, I would say it would be soft if that was given. Do you know what? Looking back, that is a penalty, but it would have been soft. But I think given Arsenal had a soft penalty, Liverpool will feel aggrieved to have not received one themselves there. 89th minute now. Konate strides forwards, drops it to the right hand side for Jordan Henderson. Henderson back to Gomez. Gomez across to Van Dijk. Van Dijk goes all the way to the left hand side with Tsimikas. Firmino. Into Fabinho, just gets a touch on to Henderson on the edge of the box. He can't quite trap the ball, and it's cleared out to Konate halfway through the attacking half. Liverpool really pushing Arsenal back here. Chipped in by Henderson, but Tsimikas couldn't quite get there. Saliba helps it back to Ramsdale. Into the 90th minute now, the final minute of the game. We await to see what stoppage time has in store. Ramsdale volleys it long up the pitch. Van Dijk trying to leave it for Alisson. There's a real mix-up there, and Jesus has managed to get the header past Alisson, but it goes wide, and the referee's giving something, I'm not entirely sure what. It looks like Jesus is going to need some treatment here. This is poor. Van Dijk is just keeps giving the signals as if to say, come and get it to Alisson, but Alisson was never going to be able to get there. And in the end, there's a collision between the 3 of them, Alisson and Van Dijk, and Jesus gets sandwiched in between them. It goes wide. He needs some more treatment now. 5 minutes, by the way, has been added in the meantime. And again, Xhaka and Thiago are having a heated debate. And Arsenal will make a substitution in the meantime. I think Jesus is going to come off for his own protection because he's been battered and bruised today. And it is Jesus who makes way. Standing ovation for him. He gives one back to the fans as well. By Eddie Nketiah. Let's wait and see now what the referee's decision was over this. Pretty certain it's going to be a drop ball to Liverpool. Gabriel is absolutely livid about something here. And Henderson has come over as well. The referee having a chat, trying to calm Gabriel down. And Henderson is fuming at Gabriel. The referee has a much calmer word with Henderson, who gives him the nod and walks away. The referee is now running away from the penalty spot and shouting a player over. He's speaking to Jurgen Klopp. He's speaking to both managers. He's brought them both over. to explain something. So Mikel Arteta and Jurgen Klopp both in conversation with the referee. This was the referee wanting to speak to the two managers. He ran over to Jurgen Klopp and called over Mikel Arteta whilst he was coming over, and is speaking to them both, presumably explaining what's about to happen and why. And Mikel Arteta walks off looking fairly pleased. Jurgen Klopp looks a little bit confused. The only time I've ever seen a referee explain something like this to a manager is when it's an indirect free kick, because they are quite uncommon, and they tend to explain how it works and why he's chosen that course of action. So that would be my suggestion. It looks as though to me, though, the players are lined up as if it's going to be a corner, and it is indeed. Martinelli's going to take a corner, and it's short to Nketiah. And then to look to try and play it back. Just for the record as well, 2 minutes 40 seconds into added time when we actually started. So in theory, we will be playing to 97:40. It's out for a Liverpool throw-in. We've played 93 now. Mikel Arteta is practically on the pitch as Gomez tries to take the throw-in a few yards away from him. It's thrown to Fabinho, and he plays it to the left-hand side. Liverpool win a free kick for a foul from Ben White on Tsimikas. Ben White and Tsimikas now having an argument about that. And Bukayo Saka is going to make way for Arsenal. What a performance he's had today. Not just his goals, but he's just been a constant thorn in the side for Liverpool. Quite literally on the side. And Fabio Vieira is going to come on in his place. So the free kick lumped forward by Liverpool and headed away easily unopposed for Arsenal. Martinelli can get it to the halfway line before turning it back to Kieran Tierney. It's now all the way back with Ramsdale, who moves this one long to the right-hand side. It's over everybody and out for a throw-in. Tsimikas did well there, just jump up and stop his counterpart winning that header. 4.5 of the added time gone. I believe there's at least 3 minutes still to play. Long ball hoofed forward by Alisson. And hoofed back by the Arsenal defence, and this will go out for throw-in on the far side, and Alisson runs over Martinelli. Has had a huge impact today. When you look at what he's done, he's had the most assists in the game, second most goals, and the most shots, I believe, as well. So the 5 minutes are up. Liverpool take the throw-in. There should still be another at least 2.5 to go. They win another throw-in just past the halfway line. It's left for Tsimikas to take. Throws it to Firmino, back to Tsimikas, back to Firmino, back to Tsimikas. Get it in the box if you've got any chance of getting a point from this game. Oh, they've passed it out for a throw-in. Trying to do quick triangles on the halfway line when there's seconds remaining and you're a goal down. Arteta is now in conversation again with the fourth official. I'm not entirely sure who's annoyed at who, if I'm honest, and why. Arteta's getting right in the fourth official's face, which he could get in trouble for. He needs to be careful. The assistant manager's just come over to remove him from that situation. I think seeing something potentially brewing. 6 minutes now played of the added time. Again, by my reckoning, another 90 seconds or so to play. Here's Martinelli trying to get into the Liverpool box. He's held out well by Konate. And then a throw-in, a free kick rather, apologies, is given. Martinelli stays down. And now Arteta and the fourth official embrace and apologise. I'm not sure who apologised to who and why, but they did. All the Arsenal bench have stood up ready for celebrations. We've had
up the pitch. It's Lindelof in the middle, who only came on and made his first appearance. He's another one who's making his first Premier League appearance of the season. And it's with Dalot who will take this throw in front of Man United supporters. It's Anthony on that right-hand side. Feeds us to Casemiro, who just fixes to Fernandes. Lets it run. Bruno Fernandes. It's now back with Jordan Pickford with a bright green jersey. But these are the statistics that kind of emphasise what has been happening on the Everton. And they're looking to start really well. Throwing the ball, running the hard of that United defence. Lindelof had to keep his eye on it, headed it away. It's Casemiro, looks to spread to the left-hand side towards Rashford. And he's actually won a free kick. A late challenge. And there was a lot of talk after the derby about Manchester United and their setup, and talking about should Casemiro have started the derby instead of McTominay. And Casemiro obviously played a huge chunk of the Europa League game where United actually were behind for large periods of time. They went 1-0 down at half-time, but Rashford came on and Martial, and they got the goals to save United's blushes, which would have been one of those dreadful, embarrassing nights. And Neil Lennon, the manager of Marina Granovkaia, could be proud of his side's efforts and nearly pulled a 3-3 on Manchester United. It's now Rashford who's giving the ball away, trying infield to Luke Shaw, and it's nice work there from Bruno Fernandes. Goes infield. Is Casemiro trying to release Rashford? He's still batting. It's approaching the byline, and it will be there for Cody to clear. United already showing their press. Fernandes. Eriksen's a bit of room. He's been quiet in recent games, Christian Eriksen. It's now with Lindelof. Apologies for me. She's maybe experiencing during this broadcast. Lindelof, 2 minutes gone. United and Everton. Nevers and it's probably good against Everton. Just United. Came in November 2020. That day, Bruno Fernandes had a header. After Everton took the lead. It's one of those lockdown games. Dalot down the right hand side. United dominating possession, which has been the theme under Erik ten Hag when they haven't been playing the top six teams. We saw that against Arsenal, that they had to really endure a lot of defending, and Manchester City there wasn't much defending going on because there was just goals going flying in. It's now with Martinez, and to emphasise how high United are up on the pitch, every single player, bar De Gea, is in Everton's position. This is how Ten Hag wants to play, and we'll see another glimpse of this. It's at the back, still with Lindelof. He goes in field to Casemiro, swings this looking towards Dalot, headed out by Trezeguet. Now this is where Everton will come into this game, and they win the ball off United. Milenko now, back to Cody, fires us forward. Martinez keeps the ball away straight to Gay, and Gray wins the free kick off Casemiro. A bit of physical battles, but he seems to be a bit winded there. It's a light drizzle in Merseyside for this game. It's a poor ball as Martinez is able to win it and play it back to David De Gea, who is sporting a bright yellow jersey in goal. The Devils could equal the Premier League record. 38 wins against the same opponent. They've got that record against Tottenham Hotspur with 38. But I think for many United supporters and Erik ten Hag and the players, I think it's about going to places like this and putting performances. Passing tests against Liverpool and Arsenal have been great in recent weeks, but I think defeating towards United is moving the story on. And obviously postponements haven't helped, but tests like this will help and see where really United are at. Especially with wins for Chelsea and Tottenham, and Casemiro has lost the ball. It's Gray now run at the United defence. A bit of time for Iwobi, who eyes this up and scores a beautiful goal! Guides it past David De Gea, and the first effort from Everton finds the net. Everton 1, Manchester United 0, and that's poor from Manchester United. Casemiro gets caught cold in the middle. Gray plays it, shivers it to the right hand side, and it's a simple guided shot. I say simple, it's a fantastic effort from Alex Iwobi. Brilliant goal from the former Arsenal man, and it's a perfect start for Frank Lampard's Everton at Goodison. Everton 1, Manchester United 0. I do wonder if that will be reviewed. Onana's put the pressure on Casemiro, and he's won it from Gray. Gray's just run at the United defence, and they all get suckered in, and Iwobi's got so much to do, and he just guides that, side foots that right past De Gea into the top corner. I say top corner, it's the middle, and for someone like David Hayes' range, it's very disappointing from his point of view not to save that. Either way, Everton have to lead, and United have to come from behind if they want to get a win on Merseyside. And Erik ten Hag has had his arms crossed in pure frustration. Not ideal start for Manchester United. And Everton, they could win their consecutive Premier League game over Man United for only the second time in Premier League history, and they've had a great start. And that's what I said. That's what I mentioned. United can have all the possession all day long. That can happen, but they're going to be countered and sucker punched. It's Dalot now down this right hand side. Can United respond quickly? No, they can't, because they've lost out, and it's with Joanna Gay. He's just running through this United midfield. Questions about last week. Have United learnt about the naivety in the middle of the pitch? And early signs here. At the moment, Casemiro might not be the answer. United midfield is just easy to play against. Here's Gray up against Casemiro. He wins this challenge. Casemiro, he gets the ball back from Anthony. They feed it to Anthony Martial, whose touch is a bit heavy. It's just what Everton wanted, an early goal, and it really does put the onus on Manchester United to come out and play. And it's the worst start for Erik ten Hag, especially from last week after that result. Iwobi gives it away. Casemiro now. Martial looking to play this towards Anthony. Eriksen now with a bit of space. Eriksen in towards Rashford. He spreads this to the right hand side for Anthony. Anthony will loves to go on his left foot. Feeds Eriksen here. Goes into the box. Eriksen shoots. It's blocked. Back to Casemiro. Bruno Fernandes looking towards Anthony with the header. And Cody does clear towards Iwobi. Now, a bit of time now for Dalot. United do look good in terms of the way they play. Can they respond to this early setback? Everton now know they can just sit deep and continue marshalling the ball. Casemiro has a bit of space. Here's Eriksen. Eriksen now about 25 yards away from the penalty box. Dalot infield now to Anthony. Just checks back to Dalot. Dalot now looks to drive at Everton. Oh, he goes into the box, Dalot. This is great from Dalot. Shoots! Deflected. Goes back out to United. Bruno Fernandes doesn't seem to be challenged, says the referee. It goes back to Casemiro. Just crosses wayward and it misses everybody. It has been positive for Manchester United, and Pickford's just saying to calm down. Bruno Fernandes, the usual prolific figure who's always on the walls, is not happy with the foul, and United trail again though. But good play from Dalot, showing that intensity. It's a good block from Tarkowski, making sure that his body was on the line. Everton have the best defensive record in the league. United will have to try and breach that. It's here with Anthony, who puts it on his right, which is a bit of a surprise, rather than on his left. United are finding gaps in this Everton team. Dalot's touch is heavy, so it finds its way back with Trista Gate. This is win when they score first. I mean, they've lost 3, but they've won 8 since August 2021. So it's a mixed bag, but they do win most when they do score first, the Toffees. With this as the ball. Now with Martinez. Tries to move down the left hand side through Rashford. 10 minutes gone. Everton 1. Manchester United 0. Ten Hag before the game spoke about intensity. Stick to our principles. They're doing that now, but I wouldn't say a mountain to climb, but when you have a philosophy of playing possession-based football and you get yourself in a position where you're behind, you can always be stung. Real test for Manchester United. And they come away from that. It's Casemiro now, who just launches to the right-hand side to Dalot. Dalot to Martial. Who's going to be criticised for his role in the goal. He got penalised, got stolen, the ball nipped away from him, and And it was easy for Iwobi just to arch his body and guide that past David De Gea. In fact, the ball is now with David De Gea in the United goal. So they've lost 3 games already this season, losing to Brentford and Brighton the opening 2 days games, and then losing to Manchester City last week. Iwobi and Shaw batting. Shaw shows a bit of intensity to win that ball. Here's Ericsson now inside the centre circle. Just checks it back to Martinez. Ten Hag's summer signings followed him from Ajax. Spreads the ball looking towards Dallo on the right hand side. That's cut out by Emiliano for Everton. Throw in for Manchester United alongside the penalty box. Dallo back to Casemiro. Goes in forward now to Martinez. Martinez now to Shaw. Trying to get into Everton's half. Back to Rashford. Shaw now. Possession for Manchester United. Midfield now to Casemiro. And Marshall. Well by Onana and Gay. Lindelof now. He find the ball towards Anthony. No, we can just find Dallo. United are moving it quickly, trying to create those angles. As I said, it's a position-based game. Shaw spreads it to the left-hand side to Rashford. It's loose from Luke Shaw. Gordon cuts it out, much to the delight of Everton. And there it's Hag. And he's barking orders to his side. And Meli Martinez, who's, you could say he's lieutenant, coming from Ajax. A lot of United focus at the start being behind, but Everton, the turn of form has been brilliant. Getting that 1-1 draw against Brentford, another away draw to Leeds, and then getting that 0-0 draw at the Merseyside derby, really to build confidence going into this team as Onana tried to release Mopé, and then beating West Ham here also was really good for Frank Lampard's side. And as I mentioned last weekend, getting that 2-1 victory. They lead here against Everton Hag's team. Shaw to Lindelof. Lindelof will try and spread that diagonally towards Rashford. Will it bounce to Rashford? Notes. Tarkowski's trying to head that out. Does he find a blue shirt? He does with Iwobi. Onana now back towards Coleman. Who's done really well now. Spreads a left-sided ball towards Gray, and Martinez is there just to head that back to David De Gea. And he gets United going down this left-hand side for sure. Martinez just waits, and this pedestrian football for Manchester United need to move the ball quicker. In fact, they've given the ball right back to Everton, trying to go through the heart of Everton, and they've given it away. Everton, they've given it back to Martial, who slips into Anthony. Anthony's through on goal. Anthony makes it 1-1. It's 3-3 for the new man in red for Manchester United. United gave the ball away, got it back, and they pounced. And Everton won, Manchester United won inside the first 15 minutes. It's a Sunday night cracker in the Premier League. You know, he's nearly Manchester United's top goal scorer the way figures are going, Anthony. It's a lovely play for Manchester United, and it all comes from Iwobi. He plays it back towards Trezeguet, and then Bruno Fernandes, so alert. Anthony looks up, Anthony Martial to Anthony. Anthony's onside, clear as day, and Pickford got a slight touch, and Anthony's so left-footed, of course, but he's definitely someone who, once he gets into that position where he can open his body, he's going to find the net. We've seen 2 good goals from Everton and Manchester United, and this is not warming your appetite for some football. I don't know what will. 2 good sides in the last 15 minutes. It's set up nicely, and it's Everton 1, Manchester United 1. Ten Hag with double fist bump, but as I said here, this is nowhere over, because too early to suggest of anything. We're seeing already the signs of mistakes for both in the middle, because United initially lost it and Everton regained it in halfway line, and it was only because of a heavy touch from Trezeguet and good work from the number 10 in Bruno Fernandes, picking the ball up in that number 10 position. See, now he's upgraded to the 8 behind his back. That's the number he wanted off Juan Mata, who's departed to play for Galatasaray. Already we're seeing also what Anthony Martial can bring to the team. He feeded the assist to Anthony. And it's once again you see United give the ball away to Everton, and then thankfully Everton can't punish. And it's going to be a game, I believe, with a lot of goals. You have to believe that the way these two are playing in this wet, and Anthony becomes the first Manchester United player to score in his first Premier League fixtures. What a signer he's been so far. And there was a reason why Erik ten Hag wanted Anthony, and he's paying dividends. Everton won, Manchester United won on his even. Martinez to Martial, back to David De Gea. Lindelof now, and I think this is where United want to be, in a position where they did look right, and they've been able to open the gaps a little bit. And for Everton, they just got to keep doing what they're doing. They are nicking the ball in. It's just a game, and Burton, Iwobi and Onana are doing really well as the midfield three. Need to get Mopé and Gray on the ball. Rashford is on the left-hand side, but it's given to Rashford, who feeds this to Shaw. Left-sided player, of course. He's up against Coleman. Eriksen, he's been quiet. Feeds this now to Lindelof. Martinez, every single player is in Everton's half, other than David De Gea, the Manchester United goalkeeper. Lindelof, Casemiro wanted it, ignores him. He goes to Anthony, he's going to take on his fullback, Lienko. Back now to Dalot. What a start it has to be for Anthony. Question marks to the price tag and how much money United paid. Overpaid, of course, for it. Could have got him much cheaper in the window. But 100 million euros is paying dividends in a Ten Hag system. As Rashford tries to go round Coleman. Coleman uses his strength, the Irish international, and Ronaldo is warming up. And Gordon's having a little conversation with Marcus Rashford. Coleman said there was a little push there. It wasn't a little on the Everton captain. Just have a few words. Two potential England internationals. Both didn't make England's last squad. Anthony, Gordon. Here's Anthony for Manchester United. Back in it to Fernandes, who gets it back from Eriksen. He wants some support, some width. He's going to wait for Dalot. He goes in the field, back towards Eriksen. Casemiro there with Eriksen. It's better for Manchester United centrally than it was last week. Short. Infield is Martial. Back to Rashford on the left-hand side. Shaw now just pokes this towards Fernandes. He looks to go round the defender. But Cody's very experienced. He read that book. And he read it well. And he cleared the ball. Everton 1, Manchester United 1. 19 minutes gone in this game. With Casemiro. Back to Martinez. Just press this now to Lindelof. Touches the ball. Back to Anthony down this right hand side. He's driving in, looking to go on his left, looking towards Martial. It's a bit too short from the Brazilian. It's given away once again to Eriksen, who guides it, looking for the bottom corner, but it's pushed by Pickford. And just for a second, he thought it was going to creep in for Manchester United second and put them back. Well, I say back into the lead for the first time tonight. Been a feature throughout the game. They just can't seem to be able to hold possession of the ball. Both teams, United have been critical and have been poor also. It's taken short, looking towards Bruno Fernandes. They've worked this well, looking towards Anthony. He's got a left-footed shot, it's blocked. They did that so well. How they moved the ball, that's something they've worked from the training ground. Eriksen to Fernandes. Fernandes back down to Anthony on his left foot. Shot blocked superbly though by Everton. United are knocking for an opener to them taking the lead. It's 1-1. We've had the opener, of course. We've got two good goals. Alex Iwobi with the score after 5 minutes. And the lead that only lasted 10 minutes for Everton. Martinez. Martial down at the left, and they can't seem to get the ball towards Rashford, so it's Coleman who wants to go really early. But there is an initial problem for Everton at the moment. They can't seem to get the ball towards Mopé and Gray, and those really positions where you want to hurt United because so many players up forward. And after 20 minutes, other than the goal, Everton haven't really created much themselves. That will be the disappointment for Frank Lampard. As once again, United go down this right. It's Dalot to put it on his left-hand side, to release it to Fernandes, who's onside, inside the box. Fernandes looking towards Anthony. It's Martial! Ooh, it's just pushed out by Pickford. Really, really desperate stuff from Everton. United got in there. Wait there, Anthony Martial, the two Anthonys, kind of leaving it for each other and saying, oh, you have it, I have it. And Pickford being brave and defiant for getting the ball away. United looking for a second. It's Fernandes approaching the byline again. Can he find a red shirt? He falls Martial again and it's clicked away and United are knocking. And it will be a goal kick. And the offside flag's gone. 21 minutes played. Everton 1, Manchester United 1. Just get a replay there. Fernandes was offside from the initial pullback on second time on the occasion. But we have still a replay of when Anthony and Martial were, Anthony the player and Martial. It's really a tongue tie for us commentators. I have to say Anthony Martial. But the striker and the Brazilian Anthony getting each other's way. But Pickford saving with his knees, in fact, halfway through the first half. And United are knocking for a second. And at this point, in the rain of in Merseyside, Everton are just trying to stay in the game at the moment. Ronaldo is warming up. It seems potentially that Martial might be struggling, though he did provide the assist. This is a free kick for Everton. It's coming from a highly position. They've got really good headers of the ball, Cody. United have a really high line. They're around about 5 yards, I'd say 10 potentially outside their own penalty box. They then retreat the red shirts. As the ball comes in, it's headed out by Martinez. Does fall back now to Gay, and it's actually been a free kick that's been given for a foul. So Manchester United have a free kick. United have conceded at least 4 goals in the last 5. Their past 10 away league games. This only happened 5 times in their previous 162 matches already. United away form has been dreadful. It's something that Erik ten Hag has to improve on, and United have to improve on. They have to go up the table. They lost 8 of their last 10 away games, and they were behind after 5 minutes already in this game. But they're level, and they have the ball through the man that made them level, and Anthony over the halfway line. He goes infield now to Fernandes. There is a swagger about Manchester United's play. Principles and intensity has been upped since going behind and getting level. That's with Luke Shaw now. Spreads this to the right via Eriksen. Back to Shaw. Rashford tries to play that 1-2. It's overcooked and Coleman will trickle that away. 25 minutes played. Now they still is warming up, and talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, he's still stuck. Remarkably still stuck on 699 career club goals in all competitions, and that's 497 in the league. That's an incredible achievement from quite remarkably an incredible player, one of the best to play the game, it's having the best time for Manchester United. With not starting Erik ten Hag at the moment, but a couple of goals in the league. Next goal will be significant, being goal 700, 3 more, 500. 37 still going strong. Cristiano Ronaldo. Not missed anything on Flash Score, of course. We always have you covered across the next competitions. This week, more Champions League action. There's more Europa League. There's even Premier League, as I mentioned, with Villa taking on Forest at the City ground. Forest slapped down at the bottom of the table, and we've still got a bumper. Premier League fixtures next week, including the eye-watering Liverpool versus Manchester City. Everton 1, Manchester United 1. Dalot now towards Casemiro. Martinez to Lindelof. So nearly a chance for Everton to nick the ball from Manchester United on Casemiro. Martinez back to Shaw. Very tight down this left. It's a nice 1-2 by Eriksen. It's come off because it's able for Coleman to step up. It's a rare possession for Everton. Rashford's a bit too aggressive on the press, and he's tackled Everton. It'll be a free kick that they'll take a bit quickly as Calvert-Lewin also is warming up. Many appearances this season. He's really suffering with really a lot of injuries. Featured as well, actually, in fact, because Everton are giving the ball to Bruno Fernandes. He'll try and slip Rashford in. He goes down this left-hand side. The ball's just gone out. And it's a real shame from Marcus Rashford. Although he hadn't gone past Seamus Coleman. And Ronaldo is warming up aggressively. And as I said, Martial, who's been struggling with injuries throughout this season. It's a real disappointment. Not of course not to bring Ronaldo on, it's always an achievement, but to see Martial get injured, that's something that United fans have been waiting, and Erik ten Hag even spoke boldly about. He had a good time. He scored 2 last week against Manchester City, and he scored in the midweek and set up one of Rashford's goal, but he just hasn't been able to move freely. Cristiano will have that opportunity to get that 700th goal. Dalot back to Anthony. Field to Casemiro. Martinez. Oh, it's a nice run by Fernandes. The ball doesn't get towards Fernandes. Headed out by Tarkowski. Casemiro can't nick that away, but it can go to Lindelof. Dalot back to Casemiro. They're moving the ball just a bit quickly. Lovely turn from Anthony. Just rolls the defender, showing that aggression in his play. Just shepherds it to Dalot. Anthony down towards Casemiro, and he's giving the ball away, Anthony. And once again, Everton, when they win the ball, they give the ball away, and it gives the opportunity for United to break there. They have got the ball back due to a loose ball from Manchester United. That will frustrate Frank Lampard, because Everton have got the ball in exciting positions. They'll not be able to pounce. That is very frustrating. And what is frustrating is Cristiano Ronaldo coming on for Manchester United. A mad sentence to say, but the fact that Anthony Martial is really struggling with injuries this season and has to be replaced by Cristiano Ronaldo. I do hope it's not a long-term injury from Manchester United perspective, but this is his 3rd injury already. Hasn't been able. This was his first start this season in the league for Manchester United. Had Achilles injuries, had hamstring injuries. Well, Cristiano Ronaldo didn't get the goal midweek. He wants the centre stage. He's got it here at Goodison. Can he provide the goods? And United play in a different way now with Cristiano Ronaldo. Martial's gone straight down to the tunnel also, and only lasted 28 minutes. Anthony Martial did get the assist though for the Anthony goal. It's remarkable and shows what he has, just due to the fact that he had a big impact in all 4 appearances in a really injury-prone season. Assist today, assist against Liverpool, Anthony Martial, 2 last week against Manchester City. Really made it respectable result for Manchester United. Although conceding 6 to Manchester City rivals, I'm not sure can be deemed respectable. Almost half an hour gone in this game. One that is level by scoreline. The visitors, you'd say, are edging it. But the important thing is the scoreline. As Coleman pushes the ball out of play. It's fascinating now with Ronaldo coming on, looking for goal 700, of course, how he will approach this game. How Man United will adapt to having a more vocal point. Martial's really good at linking the play up, better than Ronaldo, but Ronaldo, of course, is an absolute goal machine. Although he hasn't scored for Manchester United in the league this season. It has been Ronaldo. Just having a replay the goals. Ronaldo just got the ball away from Casemiro. Great. Fed that to Iwobi. Arched it just round David De Gea. Really good finish. And you can see Frank Lampard just punching the air. It's Philip Cardestan. We can get a replay of Anthony's goal. We've got one of Everton's. That's on its way. Good fine finish from Iwobi. Everton do have a throw. Free kick rather, a really good place on the pitch. United will have to defend and switch on. United's defensive line is now on about 3 yards off the penalty box. It is a higher line, not as deep. This ball will be whipped in right-footed. It's looking good. It's Ronaldo, in fact, who gets there ahead of Gordon. Fired back towards Iwobi. Iwobi up against now Dalot. Switches his body. The orange shoots. And he plays that right back to Iwobi. United clear. Back to just the gate. He's wearing Lycra boots. He spreads that to the right-hand side. So Fernandes got to make sure he wins that header, and he does superbly. Bruno Fernandes. He finds Cristiano Ronaldo. He finds Fernandes. Players now to Anthony, who tries to just skill his way past Iwobi, but Iwobi's done really well to get the ball. Will be a throw into Manchester United, which they have taken. Martinez now to Shaw and Eriksen. It's a nice carved ball. Feeds this to Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes now on towards Anthony. Swapped sides with Rashford. The ball from Anthony couldn't reach Bruno Fernandes. And Martinez just got turned a little bit by Mopé, and Lindelof did well, and Casemiro cleared up for Dalot, who's not defended that correctly, and De Gea's up, and we'll have to get good sweeper keeping from the Manchester United goalkeeper, who's in recent times been criticised for not being sharp and alert. He read that situation really well, David De Gea, because what happened, Dalot tried to clear it, was blocked by Gordon, and Mopé would have got there first ahead of Martinez. It would have been a 1-on-1 with the striker and defender, but due to David De Gea's presence, he ran and cleared it. Iwobi down this left-hand side. United had 228 passes, 60 in the final third, 8 touches in the opposition. They're driving a bit more compared to Everton's 82 passes completely. Anthony trying to put that ball in, it's blocked. I don't know if United actually changed formation also, with Anthony playing on the left now rather than the right. Maybe something to bring Cristiano Ronaldo, who has amazing aerial ability. Probably one of the best ever we've seen in the game. Cristiano Ronaldo, even at 37, that man can jump. It's with Martinez, spread it to the right-hand side now for Shaw. Shaw on the left, of course. Martinez now finds the ball to Anthony. He should play for Manchester United. Will it be a end product? It's the goal going back to the goalkeeper, David De Gea. He made a horrible mistake 2 years ago, or 2.5 years ago in 2020, when in fact he kicked the ball and ricocheted into net. It's 1-1 draw. The early days of Bruno Fernandes' time at Manchester United, where Fernandes got the equaliser. And Gordon plays it back to his goalkeeper, and fires that forward. So Rashford's now on the right, and he's on the left, so it's a change. Martinez winning that header, and he feeds it. In fact, it's Casemiro who wins the header. United growing. Eriksen now with a lot of red shirts ahead of him. One of them is Casemiro. Now back to Fernandes. He backhills this nicely to Anthony. He's a bit more in an inside position. He's short, waits for the overlap for Anthony. Decides to give it to Anthony. Anthony up against Coleman. And Everton have done well. They've won the ball back. And it's now with Gray. He's able to right the Manchester United defence. And it's actually Luke Shaw who stepped up and has won his side of throw-in in Everton's half. Good defensive work from Luke Shaw, who has seemed to maybe have regained his place at fullback. He didn't start in midweek. He came on and made a few good overlaps on Thursday, and he seemed to have started his first Premier League game since that 4-0 defeat to Brentford back in August. You can tell that losing his place to Malacia. United had 2 left backs with 2 different profiles, with the tenacity and intensity that Leicester can do, but Shaw, of course, the power and the aggression in his play. Some would say it's the same thing. There's a bit more discipline, you would say, in Shaw's game. Eriksen tried to swing back towards Anthony, and it nearly came off, but the defenders were able to get in the way. So it's with Pickford. Ronaldo will try and put a press on Everton. Fired up poorly. It's now with Rashford. Shibis to Fernandes, and it just didn't find its way to Ronaldo, and it's cut out by Tarkowski. United are knocking. As soon as I say that, they knock the ball in their own arm. And Delo's got to go home. Does he? Yes. No. He keeps hold of it. He, in fact, plays it across the goal to Martinez is always comfortable on the ball. It's Luke Shaw. Anthony rolls the ball and just shows a little dumb. It's really good from Anthony because it gives a lot of space for Luke Shaw to run at this Everton half. Defenders on the ball was not good enough. It missed Ronaldo and it missed back. Was that Ronaldo? Was he onside? Leaves it here. There's a chance for Manchester United. Fernandes. Back to Fernandes. And it's found its way into the net. I'm not sure if it's offside or not, but initially Ronaldo got in the way of Fernandes. And that seems to be the issue. Well, we'll just get this cleared up for you. So, in fact, it was a poor ball from Luke Shaw. And then Ronaldo, might just be onside. He might not be off. And the initial ball from Fernandes, and this is going to be interesting, this goes in. It does find its way in the goal. Let's have to wait and see what the outcome will be. So, offside call's been given. And Everton will take its great aggression down the side from Rashford. Ten Hag will be happy if United have showed enough in this first half to be in the lead, especially for going behind. It did dread for Manchester United in recent away performances going behind. Dig deep, the last time Manchester United won a football game after conceding the first goal. Statistically tell you it's not pretty. Anthony. To Dalot. Oh, he's giving it straight to Iwobi here in the position where he scored, but Martinez is there just to hold any possible shot. It's now with Gray. United might nick the ball back. No, they don't. It's with Seamus Coleman who puts this high and over. It's ball from Diego Dalot. Hayes going to take this goal kick. Still waiting for Hayes to do that. Fires it forward. Eriksen. Here's now Rashford down this left hand side up against Iwobi. It goes through Iwobi really well. Finds its way now to Eriksen, right footed. Martinez. Into Lindelof. Dalot. Down the right. Anthony. There's a lot of Everton players tries to get around him. In the numbers game, we always win 3 against 1. It's Gordon now to Onana. It's the blue shirts that's stolen the ball from United's goal scorer. Iwobi now. There was that run from Gray. He ignores. Goes back to Nyamko. Back to Gordon. On his right foot. Still Gordon. Trying to approach the penalty box. The angle's not cut. Casemiro does really well there, just halts that play, and Eriksen can break now down this right into the centre. There's a lot of options. Now it's with Rashford. Rashford leaves it for Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo just checkers back now to Luke Shaw. Back to Rashford. And Rashford goes all the way back to David De Gea. Dalot now has it. Everton do well just to stay in this one until half time because there is a threat on the break for Everton. If United just don't take their chances, Everton, we've seen on one occasion today, will punish them. Lindelof now to Martinez. Just analyses the situation and tries to see what's happening. Once again, we've seen how Everton defending really well, going high up, struggling for United to kind of face Everton. Martinez, the angles. Eriksen now has been pressed and parried by Iwobi. It's with Lindelof. Dalot in field now to Eriksen. He's going to be pressed. Eriksen now. It's a lovely ball inside to Fernandes. It's Cristiano Ronaldo now. Now it's a good touch from Ronaldo and he's dragged the shot. And it's comfortable for Jordan Pickford. David De Gea, Dalot. Now to the left. Here's Rashford. Watching the box. Scoops this in, looking towards Fed. Oh! Casemiro's missed a sitter. That should have been 2-1 for Manchester United. Smiles a little bit. But it was a lovely weighted ball for Marcus Rashford. That just was begging to be headed in. And United have been in top this half. And Erik Ten Hag won't be happy at half time because his side really should be in the lead. He's got his head in his hands there. Erik Ten Hag. He's inches away from getting his first goal for Manchester United. There's a chance. There's a chance. That's another ball. In their field to Tarkowski. Now, spreads it to the left-hand side for Milienko. Doesn't go towards Gordon, the full-back. He just tucks his back. Here's Iwobi. Tarkowski. Cody. He's played with Everton, and the manager Frank Lampard could become only the third manager in history to win his first 2 league matches against Manchester United. The likes of managers. De Gea spreads it to the left hand side now to Shaw. 2 minutes to half time. Casemiro gives that all the way to Iwobi. It's a very poor touch from Casemiro. He makes up by winning the ball and releasing Cristiano Ronaldo here. Has Ronaldo got the pace? He's thrown goal to Pickford. Ronaldo shoots and scores! That's goal 700 for Cristiano Ronaldo. He'll smile, he'll cheer, no sue, but it's all about Casemiro. Manchester United lead. Everton 1, Manchester United 2. And it's the men who were on the bench last week that have hurt Everton on the break. And Ronaldo's got his critics, of course he has, but he's put United into lead at a stroke of half time. Everton 1, Manchester United 2. Iwobi gets the ball and he tries to go through Casemiro, sticks his leg out and he just slips it through to Cristiano Ronaldo, who's running on towards the goal. He just puts it on his left, he slaps it home past Pickford. No Sue celebration for Cristiano Ronaldo, but it's goal 700 for Cristiano Ronaldo, and it's first in the league for Manchester United. It's goal 498 in all competitions. Just a sigh of release from Manchester United's number 7. Well, there's always going to be debate around Manchester United's number 7. He's done it again. He scored in red for Manchester United. And on the play of the game, you have to say that's right. But the talk of the game will be the fact that it's 700 goals. That's a remarkable achievement from, quite frankly, a remarkable player. And at 37 in the Premier League, running them through, just hammered it past Pickford. And he's wanted that goal for a very long time. Cristiano Ronaldo just cushioned it in centre past Pickford. And Frank Lampard's decided what made it the game we thought we were going to get in the first 5 minutes when they took the lead through Alex Iwobi. And credit to Manchester United, they're able to come from behind and take the lead. Big 45 minutes ahead though for both teams. The job's not done. And this goal spread is 5 goals for Sporting, 450 for Real Madrid, 101 for Juventus. And on his return for Manchester United, he's hit 144 Cristiano. I'm not the best at maths, but if you add all those numbers together, it gives you 700 goals. Not including his remarkable international record as well. For Cody, just getting some treatment. That's why we've not restarted, not just been having a rendition about how great Ronaldo is. Play hasn't resumed here at Flash Score. Everton 1, Manchester United 2. We are still waiting for things to get started again, and they have for Everton, but they have to play with 10 players because Conor Cody's just getting some treatment. And we have 2 minutes of added time, and I'm sure there will be more time added on due to the injuries. It's a goal kick to United. Take it short to Martinez. And it's now trying to play it from the back. It's Casemiro's had a mistake or two of them today. He's atoned for both these errors. And as soon as I said that, he's giving the ball away straight to Milienko. And Everton get themselves back into this game. on the ball now and play victim for it. Both. In fact, he's able to win it and play it towards Anthony Martial. And it's advantage has been played. We'll have to have a free kick. It's Diego Dallo who's been brought down. Just in front of Frank Lampard's technical area. And showing Varane on the bench for Manchester United. Leicester, there's 4 changes that are made from the last Premier League matches. And United starting to build a little bit of a squad. Here's Marcus Rashford on this left-hand side, gets it, looks on this right, says, sure, you can have the ball. Sure finds Casemiro with a space. Martinez is an orthodox centre, an amazing signing so far for Everton. So they're actually Agnes is high, they've worked this well. Approaching the box with Eriksen, it's the first time cross left-footed. Headed away by Everton. Just trick out for a throw in front of the Manchester United supporters that have travelled 60 to Merseyside. Short. To Eriksen. That will be a corner for Manchester United, conceded by Anthony Gordon. Goal here would really put United in control of the game. Eriksen is the man on the corner flag. Puts his hand up. Pushes this to Rashford. Right-footed now to Fernandes. They slip it to Anthony. It's the same routine that they did in the first half. Anthony's able this time to put the ball in the box, but he can't find a red shirt in there. It's a nice routine. United were able to produce. In fact, the red shirts just didn't really get into the middle. Ronaldo would have been offside, and no one really attacked it. Everton now gone down this right through Coleman. And back to Cody. Pickford. Himself in trouble there, just clears the ball. Comes that forward. There's Casemiro. Just having to find his range in that defensive mid position. It's been an issue for Manchester United over the last few years. Under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, temporarily. And Rangnick was in charge. I'm sure an Everton supporter you'd be thinking about when can you bring on Calvert-Lewin. There's a goal threat. Play they do miss, of course. It is his first involvement this season. Ronaldo just had the opportunity to slip it to the right hand side for Bruno Fernandes as the rain continues to trickle down. This will be Calvert-Lewin's first appearance. It does come it's a late push for the World Cup squad. Dominic Calvert-Lewin will be on his mind also as Everton play out from the back down the left with Yanko over the halfway line. Iwobi and Gray can't seem to keep hold of it, and either can Manchester United. Quite animated. That suave, silk looking coat I spoke about at the beginning of the broadcast. It's taken it off. Just wearing skis now. Scared of the rain. Gordon goes in field. He's taken Luke Shaw on a run. And he's been followed by Luke Shaw. Onana now. Yanko looking towards Gray. Let's get Gray into the ball more, Everton. Now it's back with the fullback with Coleman. And now to Iwobi. With the orange boots, kicks it around Rashford. Rashford says, I'm going to chase you already. And once again, there's a mistake in the middle for Everton. And Arna's going to be penalised because what he's done there, he's lost the ball. He's leaned forward. And he will be booked. It will be a yellow. For sure. Anthony seems to be in trouble. Anthony's a player that has been tempted. And Arna's seemed confused, but it was a cynical foul from the Belgium. He just lost his touch there. Ooh, that was very bad. He definitely got a lot of Anthony. No wonder that be dangerous play. No, just does tackle him. I think the yellow card is a fair assessment. Just still a booking. and yeah, smiling. Just plodding off the pitch at the moment. The hour for Manchester United at the moment. Let's do that. Sandro Martinez. Free kick, which is in Manchester United's half. It's at the tip of the centre circle. He slips to the right hand side to Lindelof, who fires his forward, looking towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo does get there. It's the byline, does really well. Wins a corner. Excellent work from Cristiano Ronaldo. Doesn't look like he maybe getting off the blue shirt. We'll have a better look here. Yeah, it did just come off Manchester United's player. This is a corner that could be contested. This was to lead to a United third, which you do feel they need. So we'll have one good chance, especially being the home side. Eriksen, they're going to try this routine again. It's Fernandes. Now towards Casemiro. Casemiro shoots and it's wide. And United not really looking to pump that ball into the box. They're looking to create some awkward types of set pieces. I wonder, that's just really to talk about how, and to praise really the defensive work that Everton have done. He's sure has got it back to Manchester United. Rashford just to go round an Everton player. Wobie's now been released down this right, so Shaw's going to get back. Great tenacity and strength from Shaw. Uses his strength, looking fitter. Luke Shaw, as always, rises to the challenge when he's loses his place at Manchester United. We saw that of Terrace a few seasons ago. Terrace now on loan, of course. Sevilla. And then with Malacia. Seems to have regained his place for that. Shaw has just been cut out. Question for Luke Shaw will always be consistency. When there's a World Cup coming, maybe that's the motivation he's going to play and of course feature. His fellow England teammate Harry Maguire is currently injured and out of the squad. I did say that Maguire isn't that far off though, however. He just seems to keep the ball out of play. Lopez offside. In fact, it was Gordon who was offside. As you can tell on this broadcast, Everton not really got going offensively, and one of the things you would be able to say Manchester United this season, would be able to get United doing all the getting at some nice backheel from Fernandes doesn't reach Cristiano Ronaldo, unlike United to go direct. That wouldn't really be what Ten Hag wants. And it's Casemiro who fouls Onana. It's a bit of a handshake from Casemiro. Smart foul from the Brazilian. So just to see what he's all about. Casemiro, a few dodgy moments tonight, but a few good ones. The good with the bad. It's definitely been a mixed bag for sure in spells. Dalot, referee, does he penalise Dalot? He does on the free kick to Gray. It's a bit weak from United's fullback. Martial is back on the bench. Not smiling, he's shaking his head and talking to Jadon Sancho. So just gives him a little smile, shaking his head also. Maybe talking about his injury. I'm sure Ten Hag will inform everybody about another Anthony Martial injury. Right now, Manchester United to focus on this free kick they need to defend after 10 minutes in the second half. And from their perspective, it's been defended well, but coming through a poor delivery from Gray, and from Everton's perspective, it's just not what you want defensively today so far, but more so offensively is a real worry, you would have to say. really, really a big worry. Ronaldo made his 5th appearance off the bench today for the first time since 2002 and 3. As Everton's won it back. Free Gray approaching the box here. Casemiro trying to get stuck in. Can't tackle him now because he's inside the box. Goes out, finds Mope and his header. He got his head to the ball, but the ball skimmed the back of the head of Neil Mope. Everton 1, Manchester United 2. It's better from the host. That's what we were expecting before this game. United against the ball. Now on the attack again. Iwobi trying to skim his way through Eriksen, who I was about to say not seen much of Eriksen. Ronaldo tries to come back and nip it. In fact, he just passes it to Coleman. Iwobi puts the ball into the box. It's Martinez this time, wins the header. Now Everton turn the pressure on. Onana now. Dallow's got to make sure that he can watch the runner. Ball in from Nianko. It's promising for Everton. Hey, didn't come to collect it. Rashford will pick it up from Ronaldo. It's good from Rashford. Can United possibly break? Just halts Rashford. Gets it back. Now it's Fernandes on the left-hand side. He's able to carry the ball. He's inside Everton's half. He's got Rashford ahead of him. Goes infield now to Eriksen. It's the man at United really want the ball on the ball in Christian Eriksen. Rashford just lost this to Luke Shaw and they just sting that attack. They weren't really able to break. Shaw pushed by Iwobi, finds the angle and finding Rashford. United pick the ball up. Eriksen now spreads this to the right hand side for Anthony. Anthony brings it down with close control. He's now up against Milenko. Casemiro puts it first time. He look at Ronaldo, and there was another chance where a player was behind Cristiano Ronaldo and he went for it. Was it Rashford? Comes in superbly. Ronaldo would have been offside, but Fernandes and Rashford would have been there. That would have been a chance. Second time today that Ronaldo's got in the way of the United attack. So you have to improve. The chemistry isn't really there. Rashford's come back and got it back from Coleman. Is Shaw, who goes forward and the move's kind of broken down. What a challenge that is from Casemiro. So, on again. Got released down the right hand side, but it's a heavy touch from Anthony Gordon, and that will go down the byline and be a goal kick to Manchester United. De Gea takes it short. It's not really taken short. Goal kicks really since Brentford have looked to go direct and long. Be pragmatic in their approach. Taking it short here. He's now back with Everton. Half an hour left. Rode a little bit in this one, the home side. Coleman. Now Gordon. Martinez comes up, free kick. Just pushes Mope. So this doesn't let Mope take the free kick. Tarkowski for Everton, centre back. So a good touch there from the Everton player. He's the only player who's been booked in this game. That challenge on Anthony. See, of course, he's back on the pitch. Half an hour left. Tarkowski. Right-footed ball. In towards Gray and Co. Everton just building a little bit here. You can feel it. The change of momentum. United sitting deep. Deeper and deeper. Need to get out of the pitch. Tarkowski. To Cody. His first goal. Also Everton last week. Iwobi. Gordon, it's a nice top of the shoulder from Gordon. He goes past Casemiro. Great. Move this to the left-hand side. It's dangerous here from Everton. This is to the far post. Iwobi's ball in, and it doesn't find a blue shirt. And that will go out for a decision. It will go out for a goal kick. That's better. That's what Everton should be all about in this game. Home side just moving the ball from left to right. Diagonal ball towards Iwobi. First time cross. That was nearly tapped home by Coleman. It's a goal kick that will be taken by Manchester United. It's going to be long or not. 9% possession. 49. Everton. It's fired forward by De Gea. No short business. It's actually found by Rashford. So now there's pulled to the left. Towards Rashford. Iwobi. Doesn't feel great tenacity and strength from Shaw. Brilliant from Shaw. Goes past two players. Violet move. Here's Fernandes. That's a really crunching challenge. And, I mean, I do not know. It's going to be a yellow card. Oh no, Cody pushing his way towards Shaw. And really good to see a replay here because it's a really heavy challenge. Fernandes wins it and it's Gordon. I mean, it's an absolutely poor challenge. I have no idea why Everton players are complaining. It doesn't get any, well, it gets a little bit of the ball, but it's a follow through, isn't it? It is the follow through in this day and age. You can't be making those types of challenges at all. We've seen that already. I'm a bit surprised. It's his fifth booking this season. He will miss the next game. Gordon. That's a free kick to Manchester United. Shaw and Ericsson on it. Rashford just peeling there also. Will it be the right foot of Ericsson? It will be the right foot of Ericsson. It's put into a good area and it's just not tapped in by a red shirt. It just bounces towards Pickford. He's got the ball now. He kicks it and launches it forward. All the way down the pitch. I think Casemiro will let it run down to good work from Casemiro. It's Ericsson who has a good area. You probably would want someone and not one to talk about height of Martinez. I think that's been spoken about a lot in the papers and the media, of course, but you probably would want a taller player under that ball. The rain's still trickling down here a little bit. Goodness me, halfway through the second half, and there's no surprise to see the White nil already create an angle and find his way. Milenko now for Everton. Onana in field. Really gets the ball now. Onana can't pounce. Fernandes. Pressure from Everton. Go back to their goalkeeper in Pickford. Karkowski to Williams number one. Nice left-sided ball from Pickford looking towards Coleman. And on the right side, just hand it back to his goalkeeper. He's wearing an all-green jersey. Jordan Pickford. He's got some really good saves this season already. He's had a more confident season in an Everton shirt. He's had a few other seasons, he said. Jordan Pickford. Everton work this nicely down the left-hand side. Put a good ball in. Gordon's there, headed out by Martinez. Back to Iwobi. Tries to push that forward. Not sure if Gordon's going to be offside. They play on. And Dallo heads it out. Ronaldo comes back and wins it. Rashford now to Fernandes. Fernandes plays it to Rashford. Now there's players over for Manchester United. Brian Ronaldo. They play across the ball and it's cut out by Everton. My Seamus Coleman, a thrilling break there. Had to get there. Rashford had tapped in. Ronaldo would have tapped in Rashford's ball. So Rashford gets the ball down the right side. Stevens, 3 gets 2. His shot his cross is fired towards Ronaldo. Right on the money, it has to be said. Right on the money. Or just bounced. And James Coleman's kicked it over for a corner. There's a big celebration there from Gordon Pickford. Now, will United put the ball in the box? They've taken it short again. Is this going to be the same routine? It's now with Eriksen. He's not put it in the box. He has put it in the box on this occasion, and it's probably the first time where his set piece quality hasn't been superb. It's simply just fired out of play. And Dwight McNeil's coming on for Everton. Is it going to be Gray or is it going to be Iwobi? It's actually Gordon. For all I know. Anthony Gordon. He's been booked, of course, for that challenge, and he's come off for Dwight McNeil. Taken. Everton will have it. Won the second ball and they're running forward here. It's Morpay looking towards Gray. Reigns has increased a little bit at Goodison Park. Dalot seems to have a little bit of an injury. Falls kindly to Rashford, no, it doesn't. Falls to Coleman. 23 minutes left. Iwobi. Nice ball inside now to Gray. Gray shoots. Going to be deflected to the far post. This is where McNeil keeps it alive. Hooks this. Looking towards Mopé. Headed out by Martinez. Ronaldo comes. And Gabas rather should have played it to Fernandes. He didn't. Cristiano Ronaldo needs to come a bit more deeper to help United defensively, and that's a really terrible ball from the centre back in Tarkowski, trying to play it towards Iwobi, and in fact just skips it out of play, and it's just pure frustration from Frank Lampard. That's how I've done the conversation with his coaching team. Martinez now down the left hand side to Luke Shaw. This goal is very critical to see the destination of the points. Will they be shared? Will they be taken back to Old Trafford, or equally with that put Everton on their way to complete a comeback? Martinez. The centre back part in the offfield. Gives it to Dalot. To De Gea. Martinez now. He's just played it out of play completely to Luke Shaw. United looking a bit rattled at the moment. Unlike Alessandro Martinez, a player that does build a bit of confidence. So we all had a tough afternoon last week. Of course, United were trying to bounce back from a 6-3 defeat to the champions in Manchester City. It's the first time ball that's looked into the far post, headed out by Dalot. Yenko. Onana using a bit of strength over Casemiro and Dalot, and that'll be a corner. He's pleading for a goal kick there, and that's a promising position for Everton to challenge. It's good strength from Onana, Casemiro. Difficult. "20 minutes to go." It's pulling right into the middle, and it's Onana who wins the head up. It's over the bar for Everton. United survive that flurry of Everton attack. It's a decent ball, but had a lot to do. Onana to plant the head down, always going upwards. Down the right, United go through Fernandes. Tarkowski with good defensive work. Times from his earlier error of giving the ball away. Eriksen and Walton-House make a change. United do look a bit shaky. So we'll test now. They've been leading now for quite a while. Less than 20 minutes to go. Martinez infield now to Casemiro. Eriksen. Here's Fernandes. Rashford back to Fernandes, inside the box now, outside the boot, looking towards Ronaldo, but it just goes into Jordan Pickford. Comfortable for the Everton goalkeeper. Performance from Bruno Fernandes also tonight. Pickford just gives that straight to Shaw. I mean, that would work in November. Qatar, not tonight. Rashford goes in between two players, McNeil and Coleman. Eriksen's there. Hits the bar, a left-footed cross, and he wins his side a throw. It's Connor Cody who clears it. Sure. So Rashford's offside. He's offside. From Marcus Rashford, who has had many sights of goal this evening. Good. This free kick was just around 3 yards outside his own penalty box. Left-footed, hammers us down the pitch. We'll find the blue shirt. It does head it on a bit too much. Martinez will let that run. It does. And from a Manchester United perspective, it'll be a goal kick. And a job well done from the initial free kick. The time where they bring Calvert-Lewin up is a deep conversation with one of Frank Lampard. Coach, the Everton manager. Casemiro left-footed, launching this into Everton's half. Eriksen finds Fernandes. It's now with Anthony. He looks to go to his left. Oh, it's missed everybody. Ronaldo is back to Eriksen, fires it over the bar, and he just shakes his head a little bit. The initial ball in from Anthony was poor, and he was really trying to save the move there. It was really close to Bruno Fernandes, and Eriksen from that angle really should be finding the target. Doesn't. It's 2-1 still to United. This goal is key. 11 attempts from Manchester United, 4 on target. Just the 6 attempts for Everton, just the 1 on target. Haven't had anything on target since the goal. So, all surprised Bruno Fernandes, a really good kick at Tarkowski. There's this play on from Martinez on Gray. Rashford straight to Ronaldo. Ronaldo can feed it to Anthony. Anthony gives it back to Marcus Rashford, who shoots, and it's low and wide. And Ronaldo with the offering there to tee up Marcus Rashford. A little replay, could he have slipped Ronaldo, and he could have potentially. And it is Calvert-Lewin time. He'll get 15 minutes. Everton's number 9 in the back, and also there'll be a double change. And it's James Garner. Always the script big put in as Coleman's taken off. It's going to be a bold change from Everton. Coleman coming off for James Garner, the former Manchester United graduate, left Manchester United in the summer. Eric Ten Hag said he surplus the requirements. Didn't think he really had the minerals. And he tries to get a gaze off. And on comes Calvert-Lewin. They've gone 2 up front for the last 15 minutes. Mopay and Calvert-Lewin. Real test of United's credentials here. They've had moments to kill the game. Now they're going to be in a test. Me? Liverpool's with Manchester United, and of course when a player that you've let go, he wants to prove a point, there's always that suspicion if that player will come to her. Here is James Garner. Garner in field now, straight. Martinez. Lindelof needs to clear. And he just does that. Here's Fernandes onto Ronaldo. Ronaldo back to his Portuguese international. Ronaldo's calling for some help. Here's Casemiro. His ball's poor. Gives the ball away to Anthony. It's not good enough from Casemiro. And Man United might have to look to make a change. At the moment, Eric Ten Hag just sitting there with his coat on and he's standing rather, but you would be thinking from a United perspective, if ever to make those changes, maybe to react. There'll be space for United if they've gone free at the back. Here's Rashford inside the centre circle. There is space for United. Here's Ronaldo. He just can't get there, hasn't got the pace, and Bruno Fernandes looked at the wrong option there. Anthony was on the right hand side, and that was the right option. But United are winning the ball up well and high. And Fernandes been clipped, 13 minutes to go, and it'll be a free kick. It's before Manchester United playing. Garner, that's nicked on Bruno. Talking about James Garner, he went on tour with Manchester United. He played in a lot of the friendlies. Even the Rayo Vallecano game in middle of July, it was the last home game United had before taking on Brighton. In fact, late July. So he's definitely had a good time and had a conversation with Ten Hag. Just wasn't meant to be being part of Manchester United. He was sold here. Not a lot of money. Sure. Eriksen. Just giving the ball straight back to Everton in Iwobi. Down the ball. It's good touches early now. But Calvert-Lewin, he's up against Lindelof. Calvert-Lewin. It's a little slip from Dalot. Doesn't affect him. It's Gray who wants to go on his right. Puts a low ball crossing and it's cut out by Fernandes. Anthony gives it back to Casemiro and there's a 1-2 here. Anthony now tries to take on Milienko. Anthony's been pushed by so many Man United players to switch the ball. He does that in the end to Eriksen. Eriksen to Shaw. Shaw gives it back to Eriksen. It's tidy play from Shaw and Eriksen. They've got United out of a little hole they had themselves in. Martinez now. Back to Eriksen. Goes past the halfway line. Just takes his time and he just can't find a pass. It's poor from Eriksen. There's no one behind Iwobi who has the ball currently in a red shirt. So the ball would have gone out of play if Iwobi didn't cut it out. United labouring a little bit. 12 minutes to go. Will Everton get their equaliser? Going to get another effort on target. McNeil. Onana. Garner. Now to Iwobi. Garner's actually coming back to right back. He's going to create the overlap for Iwobi. He's McNeil. He's a bit more centrist. A good ball from McNeil. Left footed. Oh, looking to the far post. And Calvert-Lewin. That's exactly what he eats for breakfast in the morning. Crosses. Comes in angling. He's onside. And his leap higher than Dalot. He can't make the connection. Calvert-Lewin. Stays Everton 1. Manchester United 2. Let's take a short goal kick. Which in fact goes long. Nowadays, Rashford is using his strength. Rashford's clearing through on goal. Rashford to make it 3-1, and he scores. Manchester United get a third, and it's Marcus Rashford. Well, there was a little bit of confusion in the Everton defence, but it's a massive goal for Manchester United. They have not been ruthless until then, but it's another goal from Rashford on the left. 3-1. Point secured. Well, they go long, as I mentioned, through De Gea. And Ronaldo gets the flick on. There might have to be a VAR check for this. And then Rashford, what he does, he heads it on himself, just skips the ball past. He's strong on Tarkowski, rolls it past Pickford, and then finishes it off on his left. 2 against Arsenal, 1 against Liverpool. And he's got another here tonight. Marcus Rashford. No signs of handball. Also, I think the only VAR check will be for offside. It's goal number 99 for Marcus Rashford in a Manchester United shirt also. Still waiting for that confirmation. And that does put the game to bed for sure if it is confirmed. It does look like it might have. It has been chalked off for handball, which is very surprising. But the goal was not stood due to handball, and Everton have a lifeline. And it's not intentional, and it didn't even hit him on the hand here. And it's not goal number 99 for Marcus Rashford. And it isn't daylight for Manchester United in this game. And Everton have a lifeline, and it's definitely one to read and watch about. I want to be a debate, especially if Everton get a goal here, which is always the case in these storylines. Eric Ten Hag doesn't look happy at all. Well, the goal has been disallowed. Martinez to the right hand side. Everton, as mentioned, that's a warning sign for them. United would be on them. 7 minutes to go plus added time. Cody. Narrowed us now to the right hand side. Dalot looking towards Anthony. McTominay's come on also for Ericsson. It's the controversy, and that's what it is, controversial decision from the referees at the VAR. A legitimate goal, you would feel, has been taken away from Manchester United. Rondon has come on also now. Simon Rondon for Everton, with Mopé coming on. Spreads that to the right hand side. Martinez onto Lindelof. He fires his forward, looking towards Bruno Fernandes. United were able to get that goal by going direct. We're not seeing Everton go direct yet. McTominay, does he win that free kick? No, he doesn't win the ball. In fact, he's hurt Gray. Free kick for Everton in a good position, will go long. Really 50-50. Tommy on Gray. It's going to be quick to take it. United's line is absolutely high. Left by Pickford, it's a good ball in. It's going to go to a blue shirt. No, it doesn't. We'll go for a goal kick. The Raiders beating down still at Goodison. There to take it. Tominay's suspended for Newcastle. He's been booked 5 times from that yellow card. Take his belief. The goal being disallowed. the laws of handball. If you think about today's game at Liverpool-Arsenal, with Liverpool not getting a penalty from handball, from clearly hitting the hand of Gabriel, and here, where can Rashford go? That's the question that Manchester United players and Erik ten Hag will say after the game. Where can he go? And just have to carry on. Everton have a major lifeline in a game where they've huffed and puffed. Garner. This right side position. So Iwobi spreads this in. Headed out by Manchester United, headed all the way out. Iwobi takes it. In for McNeil. And he doesn't have his cross opportunity on this occasion. Cody. Now Tarkowski spreads this to the left hand side to Emelianenko. Oh, he just skins past Dalot and Anthony, rather. Goes past him again, Anthony. Gray headed away, and there's so many blue shirts in the middle waiting for that ball. Ronaldo wins it. Go for Manchester United. Could there be a quick breakaway? Fernandes doesn't turn his body quick enough. Goes back to Ronaldo. Trying to play a 1-2 is Anthony. Anthony likes to switch the play. They just slow it down. Casemiro back to Martinez. It's good for Manchester United until Everton cut the ball out. For short. With the throw-in. Takes it towards Fernandes, plays it back to Shaw. Shaw drives and sprints now to the right hand side, cut out, and Anthony nearly gets it. Hayes out of his goal. Here's Dalot, good time for McTominay. Through to Shaw. And the blue shirts press in. Martinez just turns and swivels. He was the last man out. It's good from Martinez, but he does give the ball straight back to Everton. Bit of time now for Onana. Just do for Everton will get their chance. Iwobi. 30 seconds left. Here's Iwobi. Edge of the box, trying to replicate what he produced in the first 5 minutes. On the last minute of the play. It's another deep ball in the hair. Grabs it. 1 minute. Dwight McNeil with the ball. Front row outside are on the verge of losing their first game in 6 games rather, after coming to this 5 unbeaten. Some sorry supporters in the crowd. You just feel they haven't been in this contest, but they're still just 1 goal behind as Martinez battles Rondon. McTominay heads it straight towards McNeil. 30 seconds left to play. Gray. And it's a nice tackle from Anthony. But still with Mari Gray. Against Anthony. The ball does get put into the middle. And that may be within the chance for Onana. His header just trickled wide. We'll have added time now. We've played the full 90. United have to stop those balls in. For sure. They're going to be in trouble. Fired up. And now they've got a little nudge according to the referee. The free kicks move the ball way too forward. Jordan Pickford. Three minutes left. Footed arrow in the stage of the box. Run by a blue shirt. It's dropped now to Everton. Dalot needs to clear this, and Martinez, it's still with Everton. It's looking promising for them. Ronaldo comes back. The hair pushes away, and it's out. And United survive, but it will be a corner kick. Squeaky bum time for Manchester United for sure. Really good from De Gea. Really good. It would have been 2-2. Doesn't get his hand there, and Everton get a late equaliser from David De Gea. That's an absolute splendid save. But United still have to defend. Dwight McNeil's corner. It's up, but it's wide. It won't be another corner, and United have survived this onslaught. It's Calvert-Lewin at the far post. Went up. And it will be a goal kick. And just a replay. It's Ghana. The ball, and De Gea came out and pushed it. Well, we've played 2 minutes of the added time. Can United claim 3 points? He's playing the third away win of the season and bounce back from that derby defeat. Ronaldo's been brought down. No, he hasn't. He's, in fact, given a free kick away. And Varane's going to come on for Anthony now, for Manchester United, to just add that late security. There was a lot of good balls being whipped in by Everton, obviously due to their height. And he's just taking his time coming off. More time being added on in this game. You sure? It's whipped in. And it's cleared away by Lindelof. Great. No cross out by Manchester United. Iwobi, and it's pushed out. Rashford will run for his dear life to make sure he gets that ball. Neil plays it back though. It's still with Everton. 1 minute left of added time. It's hung up, and that will be a corner. And United are in the position where they're going to concede, with Everton just knocking on that door. It looks like they've got a corner. In the end, they love to shoot at. United have to defend. There's all the hallmarks of a 2-2 game. This, you just can feel it in the air. Pickford's up also, just to add to the pressure. He's left alone, Jordan Pickford. The ball is swept in, and it's just missed by maybe Jordan Pickford in the end. Got to see another replay of this. It might have been Varane. It's going to be another corner for Everton. This is really, really tight for Manchester United. Can they survive? It's put back in. It's put out. Casemiro elects just to head it out for a throw-in. It will be.